had been needing a break from everything for a while. Work had been running me down, the city noise was constant, and the routine of waking up, commuting, working, and then trying to fall asleep only to repeat it again felt like it was slowly crushing me. I wanted something different, something quiet and simple where I didn't have to hear cars honking or people shouting late into the night. So, I decided to spend a long weekend at a cabin. I found one listed online, set deep in the woods of northern Michigan. The pictures made it look plain but comfortable, with a small wood stove, a kitchen, a single bedroom, and a front porch that faced tall pine trees. It was about as isolated as a person could get without going off the grid completely. That was what I wanted. No distractions, no noise, just silence and nature. I drove up early on a Friday morning, the trunk packed with food, a cooler of drinks, a small hatchet, and some other supplies. The last stretch of the drive was a dirt road that wound through thick forest, branches reaching overhead like a tunnel. My tires crunched over the gravel and dirt until finally, the cabin appeared between the trees. It looked almost exactly like the pictures, maybe a little older and more worn. The wood siding was weathered, the porch steps creaked when I tested them, and the windows had that dull look of glass that hadn't been cleaned in a while. But it was standing, it was mine for the weekend, and it was quiet. I could hear nothing but wind in the trees. Inside, it smelled faintly of wood and dust. The floors were uneven in spots, but solid. There was a small living room with a couch that had probably been sitting there for decades, a table with 2 chairs, and a shelf with a few old books. The wood stove sat in the corner, and beside it was a stack of logs. I carried in my things, put my cooler in the kitchen, and opened the windows to let some fresh air in. The silence was heavy but pleasant. I could almost feel the stress sliding off me. I spent the afternoon unpacking, sweeping out a few cobwebs, and walking around the property. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by trees so thick that the sunlight only cut through in streaks. There was a narrow path that led down toward a lake about half a mile away, though I didn't walk the full distance yet. I thought I'd check it out the next day. For now, I just sat on the porch, listening to the woods. It was peaceful in a way that felt unfamiliar. At first, I caught myself expecting to hear cars in the distance, or voices, but there was nothing. Only the occasional sound of a bird, or the rustle of branches when a breeze moved through. As night came, I made myself a simple meal on the stove, lit a couple of candles since the cabin didn't have electricity, and read from one of the old books I had found on the shelf. It was quiet enough that I could hear my own breathing clearly. The darkness outside was complete, the kind that city living doesn't prepare you for. I had a small lantern with me, and when I stepped outside onto the porch for a moment, the light barely cut into the blackness. Beyond a few feet, everything disappeared. I stood there a while, listening, but the silence started to feel different in the night. It wasn't peaceful anymore. It was heavy, like something pressing against me. Eventually, I went back inside and locked the door. I slept lightly that first night. Every little sound woke me, the creak of the cabin as it cooled, the occasional crack of a branch outside, even the scurrying of what I assumed were mice in the walls. I told myself I would get used to it by the second night. The next morning, I felt better. Sunlight was coming through the windows, and the woods looked less threatening. I cooked breakfast, drank some coffee, and decided to explore the trail down to the lake. The path was narrow and overgrown in places, but it was easy enough to follow. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. Eventually, I came to the water. The lake was wide and still, a sheet of glass reflecting the sky. It was beautiful, untouched. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. That was when I noticed something odd. Across the lake, on the opposite shore, there was another cabin. It was smaller than mine, almost hidden by the trees, but I could make out its shape. It looked abandoned, dark windows and a sagging roofline. I hadn't read anything about another cabin being nearby when I booked this place. I felt a little disappointed, knowing I wasn't as completely alone as I thought. But when I scanned the shoreline, I didn't see any sign of people. No smoke, no boats, nothing. Maybe it had been abandoned for years. I stayed by the water for a while before heading back. The day passed quietly. I chopped some wood, walked the property again, and took a nap in the afternoon. By evening, I was enjoying the quiet more. I cooked dinner, wrote in my journal, and sat out on the porch as the light faded. When darkness came again, I stayed inside this time. The woods at night felt too heavy, too still. That second night was when things started to feel different. I woke up sometime after midnight, not sure why at first. The cabin was silent, but then I heard it. A crunch like footsteps on leaves outside. Slow, spaced apart. I held my breath and listened. The steps moved around the cabin, crunching closer to the porch, then pausing. I stared at the ceiling in the dark, my heart pounding. After a while, the sound drifted away, fading back into the woods. I didn't sleep much after that. The following day, I tried to brush it off. Could have been an animal, I told myself. A deer, maybe a bear. The woods were full of things like that. I tried not to think about it, but I kept glancing out the windows more than usual. Every little sound caught my attention. In the afternoon, I decided to walk back down to the lake, partly to distract myself. When I got there, I looked across at the other cabin again. This time, I thought I saw something. A faint movement in one of the dark windows, like a shadow shifting. I stared for a long time, waiting for it to happen again, but nothing moved. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe my mind was playing games with me. Back at my cabin, I tried to relax, but that night it happened again. I woke to footsteps outside, slow, careful, circling. They paused by the porch, then scraped against the steps, as if someone had put weight on them. I stayed frozen, every muscle tense. The steps eventually moved off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been out there. Not an animal. Someone. By the third day, I was on edge. I kept telling myself it was my imagination or animals, but it didn't feel right. I thought about leaving early, but I didn't want to admit I was scared. Instead, I decided to check the area around the cabin more closely. I walked the clearing, scanned the trees, and even checked the dirt road that led in. That was when I saw it. In the soft ground near the edge of the clearing, there were footprints. Human footprints. The tread of boots, clear as day. They weren't mine. I stood there a long time, staring at them. My throat went dry. The prints led from the woods toward the cabin, then circled, before disappearing back into the trees. That night, I couldn't relax. I sat inside with my lantern burning low, listening to every sound. Sure enough, after midnight, the steps came again. Slow, steady, circling. They stopped at the porch, then I heard the faintest creak of the boards, like someone testing their weight. My mouth went dry. I stared at the door, half expecting it to open, but it never did. The steps eventually faded away. The next morning, I knew I couldn't ignore it anymore. Someone was out there. Someone was watching the cabin. I thought about getting in my car and driving away, but part of me wanted to know who it was. I walked the path toward the lake again, this time determined to look closer at the other cabin. When I got to the shore, the water was calm, and the opposite cabin sat silent. I studied it carefully. The roof sagged, the porch tilted, but something about it looked lived in. The grass around it wasn't as overgrown as it should have been. I thought I saw a faint trail leading from its porch into the trees. I didn't cross the lake. I didn't want to get that close. But standing there, I felt certain someone was living in that old cabin. Someone who had been coming over at night to circle mine. I walked back fast, nerves buzzing. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me jump. I heard the footsteps again, closer this time, lingering by the door. I could almost feel eyes on me through the walls. My skin crawled. By dawn, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed my things quickly, loaded the car, and didn't even stop to eat breakfast. I kept looking over my shoulder at the trees, expecting to see someone watching. When I finally drove down the dirt road and out to the main road, I felt my chest loosen for the first time in days. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. Work had been grinding me down, and I wanted nothing more than to escape the noise of the city for a while. A friend of a friend had told me about a small rental cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. the sort of place that hardly anyone ever books because of how isolated it is. That was exactly what I wanted. Somewhere quiet, somewhere where I could hear myself think, somewhere with no traffic, no voices, and no screens glowing late into the night. Just a small cabin, trees, and time to myself. I drove up on a Thursday morning in late September. The leaves were starting to turn, covering the highway in reds, oranges, and deep yellows. The air was cooler than back home, crisp and dry, carrying that smell of fallen leaves and pine needles that I never could get enough of. The drive from the nearest town to the cabin was long and winding. The paved road ended after about 15 miles, and I had to follow a narrow dirt track for another 7 before the trees finally opened up to a small clearing. The cabin itself was nothing fancy, just a single-story wooden structure with a small porch, a stone chimney, and a pitched roof that looked like it could handle a heavy load of snow. The windows were small, the door plain. Off to one side was a rusted-out fire pit with a couple of log stumps around it, and a stack of cut firewood against the wall of the cabin. It looked old but solid, the kind of place that had seen long winters and heavy storms. I parked my car near the edge of the clearing and hauled my bags inside. The cabin smelled like old wood and dust, with just a hint of smoke baked into the walls. Inside there was one main room with a wood stove, a small table, 2 chairs, a narrow bed pushed against the far wall, and a tiny kitchenette with a sink and a propane stove. The bathroom was just a little side room with a toilet that flushed into a septic tank. No shower, no internet, no television, just the essentials. That first day was uneventful. I unpacked, chopped a bit of wood, and walked around the clearing to get a sense of the place. The forest pressed close on all sides. Tall pines stood shoulder to shoulder, their branches blocking much of the afternoon light. It was quiet, except for the occasional rustle of wind in the branches and the distant call of a bird. By late evening, I had a small fire going in the stove and a simple meal of canned soup heating up. I sat on the porch after dark, listening to the crickets and staring at the sky. With no city lights, the stars looked sharper and brighter than I had seen in years. Felt good to be away. The next morning, I decided to take a hike into the woods. There wasn't an official trail, just a faint path that led off behind the cabin and wound between the trees. I brought a small backpack with water, a snack, and a compass, and I followed the path as far as I could. The woods were thick, the ground covered in a carpet of pine needles and fallen leaves. Sunlight came through in broken shafts, and every now and then I spotted a squirrel darting up a tree or heard the faint movement of something larger farther off. I walked for a couple of hours before turning back. That was when I noticed it for the first time. A faint shape between the trees, far off to my left, just out of focus. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, some darker tree trunk against the rest. But when I looked again, it seemed more solid, like a figure standing still. My stomach tightened a little, but I told myself it was nothing, probably just a tree or a bush at a strange angle. When I blinked and looked again, it was gone. I pushed the thought aside and went back to the cabin. The day passed slowly. I read a book, chopped more wood, cooked another simple meal. But when night came and the forest grew dark, I couldn't shake the memory of that shape. Every time the wind shifted the branches against the cabin, I felt a little jolt in my chest. Still, I told myself I was just adjusting to the solitude. Being alone in the woods could play tricks on anyone. On the third day, I woke to find something strange near the porch. The ground outside was soft from the recent rains, and there in the mud were impressions. At first I thought they were animal tracks, but they weren't shaped like paws or hooves. They looked like shoe prints, not clear ones, but enough to see a heel and a rough outline. They led up to the steps of the porch and then stopped. My chest went cold when I saw that. I hadn't had any visitors, and no one was supposed to be out here. I walked around the clearing, scanning the ground. The prints didn't circle the cabin. They just came from the woods and stopped at the porch. I tried to convince myself it was an old mark, maybe from the last person who stayed here. But the mud was fresh, and the edges of the prints were sharp, not weathered or washed out. They looked new, too new. That whole day I felt uneasy. Every time I stepped outside, I looked at the tree line, half expecting to see someone standing there. I thought about leaving early, but I told myself not to overreact. Maybe it was just some hunter passing through. The woods were full of deer, and I knew hunting season wasn't far off. Still, I couldn't stop checking the windows, glancing at the forest, listening for sounds that didn't belong. That night was the first time I heard it. A sound outside late after I had already gone to bed. I was lying in the dark, the stove fire low, when I heard a crunch of leaves, faint but clear. My body stiffened. Then another crunch. Slow, deliberate steps outside the cabin. My breathing turned shallow. I lay there in the silence, waiting. The steps circled around, pausing now and then, before fading into the woods again. I didn't sleep much after that. I stayed awake, listening to every sound, every creak of the cabin, every shift of the wind. I told myself maybe it was an animal, but deep down I knew it wasn't. The steps had been too slow, too measured. The next morning I went outside and walked the clearing. I found more prints, fresh again, leading from the woods and circling the cabin. Whoever it was hadn't come to the door this time, just walked around and left. My mouth was dry as I studied the ground. Whoever it was, they were watching. For the next 2 days, the pattern repeated. During the day, nothing, just silence and the trees. But at night, the steps came again. Sometimes close, sometimes farther off. Always circling, always slow. Once I heard something scrape lightly against the wall of the cabin. Just a faint drag of wood or metal on wood. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. By the 5th night, I was barely holding it together. I hadn't slept more than a couple of hours at a time. I was jumpy, exhausted, and strung out. I knew I should leave, but the dirt road was rough and narrow, and I didn't like the idea of trying to drive it in the dark. I decided to pack my things in the morning and go. That night, the sounds were louder than ever. I heard the steps approach the porch, then the creak of the wooden boards under weight. My stomach dropped. Someone was standing on the porch, just feet from the door. I stared at the shadow of the doorframe, waiting, every nerve in my body screaming. The handle rattled just once. A slow, careful test. I gripped the edge of the mattress, every muscle tight, not daring to breathe. After a long pause, the steps moved away. I lay there, paralyzed, until the first light of dawn came through the window. As soon as the sun was up, I packed my things into the car. My hands shook as I shoved bags into the trunk. The woods felt too quiet, as if they were holding their breath. I climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and backed out fast. As I turned onto the dirt road, I looked in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the clearing, just where the trees began, I saw him. A man standing still, half hidden by the pines. Tall, thin, dressed in dark clothes. His face was pale in the morning light. He didn't move. He just stood there, watching as I drove away. I didn't slow down. I didn't look back again. I drove until the dirt gave way to pavement, until the forest thinned out and the world felt normal again. I didn't stop until I was back in town, where people moved along the sidewalks and cars rolled down the streets. I never reported it. I never went back. But even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see that figure at the tree line, standing silent, watching me leave. And I know, without any doubt, that if I had stayed one more night, I wouldn't have made it out. I had been needing a break from everything for a long time. Work had been draining me. My days had turned into an endless routine, and I felt like I was burning out. When I found out that an old acquaintance was renting out a cabin deep in the woods up north, I thought it might be exactly what I needed. A week away from people, away from noise, away from the city. Just me, the trees, and quiet. The cabin was tucked miles down a dirt road, hidden between tall pines that seemed to swallow the sky. It wasn't anything fancy. One small bedroom, a kitchen with an old stove, a wood-burning fireplace, and a porch that faced a clearing. The place had no phone service, no Wi-Fi, and only a weak radio that picked up a few stations when the weather was good. That was fine with me. I wanted quiet. The first day there was peaceful. I unloaded my bags, stocked the small fridge with groceries I had brought, and stacked some firewood against the side of the cabin. The air smelled sharp, like pine and cold earth. The only sounds were wind moving through the trees and the occasional bird. I spent the evening sitting on the porch, watching the sky darken and the forest become shadows. At night, though, the silence felt heavier. When the sun went down, the woods turned into a wall of black. The cabin was swallowed in it. The windows reflected my own face back at me, and beyond them was nothing but darkness. I hadn't realized how unnerving true silence could be until then. I could hear every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, even the ticking of the clock on the wall. I tried to sleep early, but my body wasn't used to the quiet. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt like I was listening too hard. A branch breaking outside, something moving through the leaves. I told myself it was just deer, maybe raccoons. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I drifted off. The next morning, I felt better. The sunlight poured through the trees, and the air was cool. I made coffee on the old stove and took it out to the porch. Everything seemed fine again. I spent the day exploring around the cabin, walking short trails that led deeper into the forest. I didn't go far, just enough to stretch my legs. By evening, I was back at the cabin, feeling relaxed. That night, though, I woke up around 2 in the morning. I didn't know why at first, but when I lay still, I realized I had heard something outside. A crunch of leaves, slow and deliberate. Not the random rustling of animals, but a weight pressing down on the ground, step by step. My body froze in the bed. The cabin walls were thin, and every sound outside carried in. I held my breath and listened. The footsteps moved around the side of the cabin. I could hear them brushing close to the wall, then stopping. I stared at the ceiling in the darkness, heart pounding so hard it filled my ears. Minutes passed. Then, the steps moved again, slower this time, until they faded away into the woods. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun rose, I forced myself to go outside. The ground was soft, covered in pine needles, but near the side of the cabin, I could see impressions. Not clear footprints, but enough to know someone or something heavier than a deer had been there. My stomach nodded. I told myself it could have been a hiker who had wandered too close, though I knew how unlikely that was. The cabin was far from any trail, and the dirt road leading in was rough enough that most people wouldn't bother. Still, I tried to shake it off. I kept busy that day, chopping some firewood, reading a book on the porch, doing anything to keep my mind away from the night before. By the time the sun went down again, though, my nerves returned. The forest seemed too quiet, as if it were waiting. That night, I forced myself to stay awake longer. I sat in the chair by the window, the fireplace glowing behind me, trying to listen without letting my imagination run wild. Hours went by. Around midnight, just as I was beginning to doze, I heard it again. Slow steps in the leaves. This time, they came from the clearing out front. I leaned toward the window, careful not to make a sound. My breath fogged the glass. At first, I couldn't see anything but the dark shapes of trees. Then movement. Something or someone was standing at the edge of the clearing. Too far to see clearly, but I knew it wasn't an animal. It was tall, upright, still. I pulled back from the window, heart hammering. I didn't move for what felt like an hour. When I looked again, the clearing was empty. By morning, I felt drained, but I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. Maybe my brain was playing tricks in the dark. Maybe the silence and isolation were getting to me. But when I walked out to the clearing, the ground told a different story. Pine needles were disturbed, and there were deep impressions in the soft dirt, shaped like boots. I spent that day on edge. I kept checking the tree line, listening for any sign that someone was out there. The cabin no longer felt like a retreat, felt like a trap. By nightfall, I was exhausted from my own nerves. That night was the worst yet. I barely closed my eyes before I heard them again. The steps, circling the cabin, sometimes stopping, sometimes starting again. At one point, I heard the porch creak, as if weight had been put on it. I sat up in bed, every muscle tense, staring at the dark outline of the door. I thought I saw the faintest shift of shadow at the window, like something moving past it. Hours went by like that. By the time the first light of dawn showed through the trees, I felt hollow, my body tight with dread. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had planned a week, but it had only been 3 nights, and already I was unraveling. Whoever was out there, they weren't just passing by. They knew I was alone, and they wanted me to know they were there. That morning, I packed up quickly. I shoved everything back into my bags, loaded the car, and locked the cabin even though it felt useless. As I pulled down the dirt road, I glanced back once. The cabin sat in the clearing, small and silent, the trees looming tall behind it. Relief started to settle in as I drove farther away. The road stretched out, and I felt distance growing between me and that place. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following, but the road was empty. By the time I hit the highway, I was sure I had made the right choice. Whatever was in those woods, whoever had been circling that cabin, I didn't want to wait around to find out their intentions. I never went back to that cabin again. I never asked my acquaintance about it, never wanted to know if anyone else had stayed there and experienced the same thing. All I knew was that those nights had been real, every sound, every step, every moment of dread. Even now, years later, when I think of silence, true silence, I don't think of peace anymore. I think of that cabin, buried in the pines, and the sound of footsteps moving slowly through the dark, circling, waiting. I had been looking forward to spending some time alone in the woods. Life had been running me down for a while. Work had piled up, the city was too loud, and my sleep was shallow and restless. I felt like I needed a place where no one would bother me, somewhere quiet enough that I could hear my own thoughts. That was when I decided to rent a small cabin deep in the forest. It wasn't much, just a simple wooden place that someone kept for short-term stays, but it promised isolation and silence. That was all I wanted. The cabin was about a 2-hour drive from the nearest small town. Most of the way was on a cracked and narrow road that cut through thick woods. The trees leaned in on both sides, blotting out the sky in many places. I had to drive slow just in case a deer or something darted across. I remember rolling the window down and smelling the damp, earthy scent of the forest. It was heavy but calming. I passed a few dirt turnoffs, but there were no houses that I could see. The place really was in the middle of nowhere. I liked that. When I finally reached the cabin, I saw that it was even more secluded than I imagined. It stood in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines and birches. The wood of the cabin was old and weathered, dark from years of storms and sun. The roof sagged a little on one side, and the steps creaked when I carried my bags up. Still, it looked sturdy enough, and I wasn't expecting luxury. The air was cooler up there, and it smelled of wet leaves and pine sap. I stood for a while just listening. There were no cars, no voices, no city sounds. Just wind brushing through the trees and the occasional distant bird call. It was exactly what I wanted. Inside, the cabin was plain. A single room with a small kitchen area, a wood stove, and a bed against the far wall. The wooden floorboards were uneven, and the windows were smudged with dirt, but it had what I needed. There was no electricity, just a couple of old oil lamps on the counter and a box of matches. There was no running water either. I had to bring my own and refill at a pump a few miles back down the road. The owner had warned me about that. None of it bothered me. I wasn't there for comfort. I was there to be away from everything. That first day was calm. I unpacked a few things, set my food in the cooler I brought with ice, and sat outside on the little porch with a book. The sun sank low, and the clearing turned gold, then gray. When the light finally faded, the forest grew darker than I was used to. There were no streetlights, no glow of houses in the distance, just blackness spreading between the trees. I lit one of the lamps and sat by it until I got tired. The silence was deep, and it wrapped around the cabin. When I finally crawled into bed, I slept harder than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke up early. The air inside the cabin was cold, and I could see my breath. I built a small fire in the wood stove and boiled water for instant coffee. The smell filled the cabin, mixing with the smoky wood. I decided to take a walk and see more of the area. I didn't have a map, but I figured I could keep track of where the cabin was. The clearing was easy to recognize. I took a path behind the cabin that led into the trees. The forest floor was soft with pine needles, and the air felt damp. I walked for a while, enjoying the quiet. The deeper I went, the darker it became. The trees pressed close, and the air smelled heavy with rot and moss. After about half an hour, I stopped to rest. That was when I noticed something that made me uneasy. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no insects, not even the rustle of small animals. It was just still. I looked around, but all I saw were rows of trees. I told myself it was nothing, maybe just the time of day or the thickness of the woods, but I still turned back sooner than I planned. When I came out into the clearing again and saw the cabin, I felt a strange relief. It was like stepping back into safety. I shook off the feeling and went about the rest of the day, but I didn't wander that far again. That night, I lay in bed listening to the sounds outside. The forest wasn't silent anymore. I could hear rustling in the brush, snapping twigs, sometimes a thud that echoed faintly. Probably animals. That was what I told myself. But the longer I lay awake, the more I noticed how heavy the noises seemed, like something larger than a raccoon or deer. Once, I heard what sounded like slow, deliberate steps crunching on leaves, circling somewhere beyond the clearing. My heart beat fast, but I forced myself to stay still. Eventually, the sounds faded, and I drifted off to sleep. I told myself I was just not used to the sounds of the wild. That had to be it. The days passed in a slow, quiet rhythm. I read, I cooked simple meals. I sat outside with the lamp as the sun went down. But the nights became harder. The noises didn't stop. In fact, they grew more regular. Every night, sometime after midnight, I would hear movement in the woods around the cabin. Sometimes light, sometimes heavier, but always close enough that I knew it wasn't just my imagination. I kept the lamp burning late, as if the light might keep whatever it was away. The longer it went on, the harder it was to ignore. Something was moving around out there. On the fifth night, I woke up to a sound that froze me. A long, slow scrape, like something hard dragging across wood, came from the porch. My chest tightened, and I barely breathed. The sound repeated, then stopped. I lay there in the dark, gripping the blanket, my ears straining. For a long time, there was nothing, then the faint creak of a step. I couldn't see the door from the bed, but I could imagine something standing there. I stayed awake until dawn, staring into the dim light, afraid to move. When I finally checked the porch in the morning, there was nothing. No marks, no tracks, just the same weathered boards. That was when I started feeling like I wasn't alone out there. The cabin felt less like a retreat and more like a trap. During the day, I tried to shake it off, but as night came, the dread grew heavier. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow in the trees felt like it was watching me. I thought about leaving early, but the road was long and rough, and I had paid for the week. I tried to convince myself I could stick it out. The seventh night was the worst. I had just blown out the lamp and was lying in the dark when I heard the steps again. Slow, heavy, circling the cabin. My skin prickled with fear. Then, for the first time, I heard the unmistakable sound of a hand brushing against the wall. A rough, dragging touch moving along the outside as if something was feeling its way around. My heart pounded so hard I thought it would burst. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I lay frozen, listening to it circle until it stopped beneath the window by the bed. There was a pause, and then a soft, deliberate tap on the glass. Just one. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. I stayed that way for hours until light finally crept through the trees. When I looked in the daylight, the window showed nothing. No smudge, no mark, no sign that anything had touched it. I walked around the cabin, scanning the dirt and grass, but the ground was too hard to hold clear prints. I couldn't prove anything, but I knew what I had heard. Something had been there. Something had touched the cabin. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed my things that morning, shoving everything into bags as fast as I could. I carried them to the car and loaded up, constantly glancing back at the tree line. The woods were silent again, the same heavy silence I had felt on that first walk. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. I started the car and drove away, not looking back at the cabin. My hands shook on the steering wheel until I finally reached the cracked road that led back to town. Only then did I let out the breath I had been holding. I never went back to that cabin. I never even looked it up again. I don't know if someone was living out there, hiding in the woods, or if it was just my mind playing tricks after too many nights alone. But I know what I heard. I know the sound of steps, of hands on wood, of that single tap on the glass. I know I wasn't alone, and that was enough to make me realize some places aren't meant to be stayed in, no matter how quiet they seem at first. I had always thought a short trip to a cabin would be the perfect way to reset my mind. Life had been noisy and stressful for months, and I wanted silence, just silence, somewhere far from everything. I searched around and found a small rental tucked away in the woods of northern Michigan. The description online called it remote, peaceful, and perfect for solitude. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin looked ordinary in the pictures. Wooden siding, a small porch, and one window facing the clearing where cars could park. Behind it stretched thick woods that looked endless, with tall pines and birches packed so close together you couldn't see more than a few feet in. I didn't think twice about it. At the time, it felt like the most harmless thing in the world. A simple cabin surrounded by trees. The drive there took nearly 8 hours. The last 2 hours were through narrow roads that twisted deeper and deeper into forest. I saw fewer houses as I drove, then no houses at all, only dirt tracks cutting off from the main road. The GPS lost signal for a while, and I had to trust the vague written directions that the owner had emailed me. By the time I found the turnoff, I was already feeling the isolation. The dirt road leading to the cabin was rough, filled with ruts and rocks. My car rattled and bumped as I eased down it, trees pressing close on both sides like walls. The cabin appeared suddenly at the end of the road, sitting in a small clearing. It looked exactly like the pictures, maybe a little older. The roof sagged slightly, and the wood siding had gone gray from years of weather. I parked, grabbed my bags, and unlocked the door with the code the owner had given me. Inside, it was small but cozy enough. A single room with a bed against one wall, a small kitchen area, and a table with 2 chairs. There was a narrow door to the bathroom, and a wood stove in the corner with a pile of logs stacked beside it. The air smelled faintly of damp wood and dust. I unpacked slowly, settling in, feeling the quiet wrap around me. It was different from the quiet of my apartment in the city. This was a heavy, almost suffocating quiet. No traffic, no hum of neighbors, no distant sirens. Just the creak of the cabin as it adjusted to the evening cool and the occasional rustle of wind outside. First, I enjoyed it. I cooked a simple dinner, ate at the little table, then sat outside on the porch as the sun dropped behind the trees. The woods darkened quickly, shadows filling the spaces between trunks until everything was swallowed up in blackness. The stars came out bright and sharp overhead, more than I ever saw back home. I sat there for a long time, just breathing in the night air, before finally heading inside. The first night passed without trouble. I slept deeply, the kind of heavy sleep that only comes when you're far from everything. When I woke up in the morning, sunlight was cutting through the single window. I brewed coffee on the little propane stove and sat outside again, listening to birds call from the trees. For a while, I thought the trip was going to be exactly what I wanted: quiet, restful, nothing but the woods and me. But things began to shift slowly, in ways I didn't notice right away. It started with noises. Out here, I expected to hear animals. At night, when the woods were alive with unseen movement, I told myself it was deer or raccoons or maybe a fox. The first few nights, I even found it comforting. I wasn't completely alone. But as the days passed, I started hearing sounds that didn't sit right with me. One night, just after midnight, I was lying in bed when I heard the crunch of something heavy stepping on the gravel outside. Not quick, darting movements like an animal. Slow, deliberate steps. I froze in bed, straining to listen. The steps crunched closer, then stopped somewhere near the porch. My heart hammered, and I stared at the ceiling, barely breathing. After a long moment, The steps continued, circling slowly around the cabin. Gravel gave way to the soft sound of something moving through grass and then back to gravel again. I forced myself to get up and peek out the window. I couldn't see much, just my car sitting in the clearing, the porch, and the black wall of trees beyond. Nothing moved. I stayed there a long time, but the noise never came again. Finally, I told myself it was just my imagination or maybe a deer wandering through. I crawled back into bed and eventually drifted off, though uneasily. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no tracks, no sign of anything unusual. I tried to laugh it off. My mind was probably just playing tricks on me because of how quiet it was here. But deep down, I didn't fully believe that. As the week went on, I noticed more odd things. One afternoon, I decided to take a short walk into the woods behind the cabin. I didn't go far, just far enough to get a sense of the trees pressing close around me. The air was cooler in there, and the ground was soft with pine needles. I turned back after maybe 15 minutes, but when I stepped into the clearing again, I felt a strange shift in my stomach, like something was off. I couldn't put my finger on it. The cabin looked the same, my car was still there, but I had the strong sense that something had changed in my absence, something small but important. Later that evening, as I sat at the table writing in a notebook, I realized one of the kitchen chairs wasn't where I had left it. It was pulled slightly away from the table, angled toward the window. I was certain I hadn't left it that way. A chill ran through me. I told myself maybe I had bumped it earlier and not noticed, but the thought sat in the back of my mind all night. The noises outside grew more frequent too. Scraping sounds against the wooden siding, a faint tapping on the window late at night. Once, the door rattled as if someone was trying the handle, though I knew I had locked it. I tried to convince myself it was animals, maybe even the wind, but the noises didn't sound like that. They sounded purposeful. On the fourth night, I woke to the sound of something brushing against the cabin wall just behind my bed. A slow, dragging movement, like a hand trailing along the wood. I lay stiff under the blankets, every muscle tight, staring at the ceiling in the dark. The noise stopped, then started again farther down the wall, then stopped once more. Finally, silence settled in. I didn't sleep again until dawn. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, searching for signs. First, I found nothing, but when I rounded the back corner, I saw faint marks on the siding. They were high up, higher than I could reach, long streaks in the dust coating the wood. They looked almost like smudges left by fingers. That day, I stayed inside. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but the truth was, I was scared. The woods that had felt peaceful at first now felt suffocating. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow outside the window looked like movement. On the fifth night, things escalated. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, too wired to sleep. The air in the cabin felt heavy, thick, as if the walls were closing in. Then I heard it again, the crunch of footsteps outside. Slow, steady, circling. My skin prickled. I held my breath, straining to listen. The steps came closer, onto the porch. Then I heard the unmistakable sound of the doorknob turning, gently, testing the lock. My heart slammed in my chest. I had locked it, I knew I had. The knob rattled softly, then stopped. Silence stretched out, so long I thought maybe it was over. But then I heard the scrape of something against the window, slow and deliberate, like a nail or a piece of metal dragging across the glass. I stayed frozen, every muscle tight, barely breathing. I don't know how long it went on. Finally, the noises stopped. The woods fell silent again, and I lay there in the dark until the first light of dawn. That morning, I didn't even want to go outside, but I forced myself. My stomach dropped when I saw fresh marks on the window. Long, thin scratches across the glass. They hadn't been there before. That was when I knew, without a doubt, that someone was out there. Not an animal. Person. Someone was walking around the cabin at night, testing the doors, scraping the windows, circling while I lay helpless inside. Panic clawed at me, but I tried to think rationally. I could pack up and leave, but the cabin was hours from anywhere. The dirt road was rough, and I wasn't sure I wanted to risk it in my small car, especially if whoever was out there was watching. I decided to wait until morning when it was light, then leave immediately. That night, I barely slept. I sat up in bed, clutching the flashlight, every nerve on edge. Around 2 in the morning, the noises started again. Footsteps, scraping, a soft thud against the wall, like someone pressing their weight into it. My throat went dry. I sat frozen, listening. Then suddenly the noise stopped. Silence. I waited, straining, my ears ringing in the quiet. Minutes ticked by. Then I heard it. A faint creak from inside the cabin. Not outside, inside. My stomach dropped. I turned the flashlight slowly, sweeping the beam across the room. Everything looked normal. The table, the chairs, the stove, the door. But the sound had... I remember the first time I saw the cabin. It wasn't anything special at first glance, just an old wooden structure sitting back from the edge of a narrow dirt road that wound deep into the forest. The wood siding was faded gray, the roof sagged in places, and the porch steps leaned slightly to one side like they were tired from holding people up for too many years. The windows were dirty and streaked, and there was no sign of anyone around. It looked abandoned, but I had rented it online a few weeks before, lured in by the pictures that made it look rustic and peaceful. I had been looking for time away from everything. Work had been heavy, my head was always spinning, and I needed space to clear my mind. The listing described the cabin as private, surrounded by woods, with hiking trails nearby and no immediate neighbors. That had sounded perfect to me. I thought being alone for a while would help me sort things out. The gravel driveway crunched under my tires as I pulled up. The late afternoon sun cut through the trees, throwing long shadows across the clearing. I shut off the car, sat for a moment with my hands on the steering wheel, and looked at the cabin. Something about it felt heavier in person than it had in the pictures, but I pushed that thought aside. I told myself I was just tired from the long drive. I hauled my bags from the trunk and climbed the uneven porch steps. The key was right where the owner had said it would be, tucked in a rusted metal box beside the door. The lock turned stiffly, and when I stepped inside, a wave of musty air hit me. It smelled like wood, old fabric, and something damp that lingered in the corners. The inside was plain. A small living room with a couch that looked older than me, a coffee table with a water ring burned into the wood, a rug with frayed edges. To the left was a small kitchen, the kind with mismatched cupboards and an old white stove that had stains around the burners. A narrow hallway led to a bedroom with a double bed, and there was a bathroom at the end. Everything looked clean enough, just worn down by time. I set my bags down and walked around to get a feel for the place. The floorboards creaked under my steps. The windows were streaked with dirt and pine needles pressed against the outside glass. Out back there was a small deck with a couple of broken chairs and a view of thick woods that stretched as far as I could see. The trees stood close together, tall and dark, their branches tangling high above. For a while, I unpacked and tried to settle in. I made some coffee with the old machine even though it took forever to drip through. I sat on the couch, sipped from a chipped mug, and tried to relax. The silence was heavier than I expected. No cars, no voices, no hum of distant traffic. Just the occasional creak of the cabin settling and the faint rush of wind through the trees. That first night, I cooked a simple meal, read a little, and went to bed early. The bed was stiff. The sheets smelled faintly of mildew, and the forest outside was loud with insects. I lay awake longer than I wanted, listening to the chirps, clicks, and rustles, until exhaustion finally pulled me under. When I woke in the middle of the night, it was pitch black. Not the kind of darkness you get in the city, but a full, smothering black where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. The only sound was the wind rattling the cabin walls. I stayed still, heart thudding faster than it should have, and waited for my eyes to adjust, but they didn't. After a while, I forced myself to close them again and tried to drift back into sleep. The next day, I explored the woods. There was a faint trail leading from the back of the cabin into the trees, and I followed it. The air smelled damp and earthy, and the ground was soft with pine needles. Birds moved through the branches above, but otherwise it was quiet. I walked for a long time, keeping track of turns, marking my way with broken sticks and stacked rocks so I wouldn't get lost. The forest seemed endless, stretching in every direction, the trees so close that the sky was barely visible through the canopy. When I returned to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The front door was unlocked. I was sure I had locked it when I left. The handle turned easily under my hand, and I stood there for a while, staring at it. Maybe I had forgotten. I tried to convince myself of that. I searched the inside, checking each room carefully. Nothing looked disturbed. My bags were where I left them. The dishes were the same. Everything seemed untouched. Still, unease settled in my stomach. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every creak of the cabin made me sit up in bed. The wind rattled the branches against the roof, and each sound made me tense. I kept imagining footsteps, faint and slow, moving across the porch. I stayed awake for hours, straining to hear something over the thud of my own heartbeat. The third day, I decided to drive into the nearest town to grab some supplies and clear my head. The town was small, with one main street lined by a diner, a gas station, and a few shops. People there looked at me with mild curiosity but didn't say much. I bought groceries, a new padlock for the door, and some batteries for the flashlight I had brought. When I returned to the cabin, I found something that froze me. On the porch, near the top step, was a set of muddy footprints. They were fresh. They were bare feet, the toes clear in the dirt. My chest tightened as I looked at them. They led up to the door, stopped right there, and didn't go back down. I stood still, clutching the bags, my throat dry. The woods were silent behind me, pressing close. I forced myself to unlock the door, step inside, and check the cabin. Again, nothing seemed moved, nothing missing, nothing out of place. But those footprints stayed in my mind, heavy and wrong. That night, I pushed a chair under the door handle and sat with the flashlight beside me. I hardly slept, jerking awake at every noise. At some point, I thought I heard something scrape against the siding, slow and deliberate, moving along the outside wall. I held my breath until it passed, and even then, I didn't move. Days blurred together after that. Each morning, I found small things wrong. Once, a window that I knew I had closed was cracked open an inch. Another time, the can of coffee I had left on the counter was gone, then later turned up on the porch. Little things, but enough to build the tension higher. I started to feel watched. Every time I stepped into the trees, I thought I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. A branch shifting, a shadow slipping back. When I walked the trail, I kept hearing faint crunches behind me, soft enough that they stopped when I did. I never saw anyone, but the feeling crawled across my skin like insects. At night, the noises grew bolder. Scratches along the walls, thumps on the porch, the creak of a board shifting under weight. Once, I woke to the sound of breathing, slow, heavy, just outside the window. I didn't move until the sky lightened with dawn. The cabin no longer felt like shelter. It felt like a trap with thin walls and too many windows. I began to count the days until I was supposed to leave, but each one dragged on forever. My nerves were stretched thin. I kept the flashlight close, the kitchen knives closer. On the sixth night, it escalated. I had managed a little sleep when a noise yanked me awake. A sharp snap like wood breaking. Then the groan of the porch steps under weight. My mouth went dry. I grabbed the flashlight, aimed it at the door, and sat frozen. The handle rattled. Slow at first, then harder. The chair under it shook but held. I sat there, heart pounding, gripping the flashlight so tight my hand ached. The rattling stopped. For a long time, silence filled the cabin. Then a slow drag of something heavy moved across the porch boards. After that, nothing. I didn't sleep again that night. In the morning, I checked outside. The footprints were back, more of them this time, circling the cabin. They were bare, pressed deep in the damp soil, and they went around and around like someone had been pacing all night. I felt sick looking at them. That day, I packed my things. I couldn't stay any longer. The plan had been a week, but I knew I wouldn't make it. I shoved everything into my bags, loaded the car, and locked the door one last time. As I pulled out of the driveway, I looked in the rearview mirror. The cabin sat in the clearing, silent, the woods pressing close around it. I thought I saw movement on the porch, a figure just at the edge of the shadows, but I didn't slow down to check. I pressed the gas harder, and the trees swallowed the cabin behind me. By the time I reached the main road, my hands were trembling on the wheel. I didn't stop until I was far away, back in the reach of towns and people. I never went back. The cabin had been real, the silence real, the footprints real. Whatever or whoever had been circling that place, I didn't want to know more. I had gone there looking for peace, but I left with something else. A clear understanding that isolation isn't always safe, and sometimes being alone isn't what you think it is. I had been driving through the dense forest for hours before I found the cabin. The road had long since turned from asphalt to cracked gravel, littered with potholes filled with rainwater. The forest pressing in so close I could barely see the sky through the tangle of branches above. I didn't mind. The isolation was part of what I wanted. My car's headlights cut through the fading light, illuminating gnarly roots that snaked across the path, rocks that threatened to punch holes through the tires. I had the feeling that if I broke down here, I would be stuck for a long time. But the thought of being stuck alone, in the middle of nowhere, actually excited me. There was something primitive and raw about it, something that made me feel alive in a way that cities never could. The cabin itself was set a few hundred meters off the road, hidden behind a thick wall of pine and birch. I only noticed it when I was nearly upon it. An old wooden structure, weathered by years of rain and snow, paint peeling and fading, roof sagging slightly. The chimney leaned to one side like it had survived 100 storms. The windows were dirty and dark, reflecting nothing but the trees. I parked my car on a small patch of flattened earth, the gravel crunching under the tires, and I stepped out. The air was cold, wet, and heavy with the smell of pine and damp soil. It felt alive, oppressive, but not threatening. Not yet. I studied the cabin. The door was solid wood, old, but not rotten. A rusted metal handle glinted in the last light of the day. The steps leading to the door were uneven, the wood warped from years of exposure, but they held. I touched the door. It was cold. I tried the handle. It moved. The door creaked loudly, echoing in the silent forest. I stepped inside. The interior was small, cramped, and smelled of damp wood and something earthy, almost moldy. Dust coated the floors and furniture. There was a stove in the corner, blackened with old soot, a sink with a faucet that didn't work, and a small table with 2 chairs. Cobwebs stretched across the ceiling corners, and I could see faint scratches on the walls. Whoever had been here last had left in a hurry or had been gone for a long time. I walked slowly, taking in every detail. The way the floorboards groaned under my weight, the faint sound of water dripping somewhere in the corner, the subtle draft that whistled through a crack in the wall. I set my backpack down and started inspecting the cabin. The windows were thick and grimy, but none were broken. The air felt heavier here than outside, as if the forest was pressing in around the cabin itself. I found a firewood pile stacked near the stove. Some logs were damp, some dry enough to burn. I collected a few dry ones, placing them near the stove, thinking I might need a fire later. The light was fading fast. Soon, darkness would settle over the forest, turning it into a black wall. The thought made my heart beat a little faster, though not from fear, more from anticipation. I went to explore the area around the cabin. The ground was soft and wet from recent rain, and my boots sank into the mud with each step. The forest here was thick, the trees spaced tightly together, and the undergrowth was dense with ferns and fallen branches. I noticed animal tracks, small ones at first, probably deer or rabbits, but then larger prints appeared. I didn't recognize them immediately, and I had no desire to track them. Still, they made me cautious, aware that I wasn't alone. I walked carefully back to the cabin as night began to settle. The air grew colder, heavier, and every sound seemed amplified. The distant crack of a branch snapping, the rustle of leaves, the occasional chirp of an unseen bird or insect. Back inside, I decided to light a fire. I struck a match, the small flame trembling before catching the kindling, and soon the fire roared in the stove. The warmth spread slowly, filling the cabin, and with it came a sense of comfort. I ate some of the food I had brought, a few cans of beans and a sandwich, and then I started unpacking my gear. My plan was to stay here for 3 days alone, disconnected. No phone, no internet. Just me, the forest, and the cabin. Night in the forest was different than in the city. There were no distant car horns, no lights piercing the darkness, just the forest itself, alive and vast. The wind rustled the trees, and the sounds carried easily through the still air. At first, the noises were familiar and even soothing. The low hum of the wind, the occasional animal call. But then I started hearing other things. Footsteps outside the cabin, or something that sounded like footsteps. At first, I thought it might be my imagination, a trick of the mind. But the sounds continued, slow, deliberate, coming closer to the cabin. I froze, listening. The firelight flickered, and shadows danced across the walls. The floor creaked under my weight as I moved closer to the window. I peered out into the darkness. The forest was black, thick, and unyielding. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it. The subtle crack of branches, the scrape of something moving over the wet leaves. My stomach tightened. I considered grabbing the baseball bat I had brought along, but I stayed still, trying to convince myself it was probably an animal. Deer, maybe. Something large, but not dangerous. Rational thoughts like that kept me grounded, even as my heartbeat thumped loudly in my ears. Hours passed. The fire burned low, and I couldn't bring myself to sleep. Every sound outside made me tense. I kept checking the door and windows. The footsteps, if they were footsteps, never came closer than the edge of the clearing. But they never stopped, either. I began to notice small details. The way the shadows shifted outside, the subtle movements in the undergrowth, the way the wind carried faint noises that almost sounded like whispers. Not voices, but the kind of rustling that makes you think something is watching, something waiting. By the second night, my nerves were frayed. I had rationed my food, kept the fire going as long as I could, and spent hours scanning the darkness outside. My mind started imagining patterns where there were none. Figures in the shadows, movements in the branches, things that weren't really there. But then I started noticing actual disturbances. Twigs broken in patterns, footprints that hadn't been there the night before, and small rocks moved near the cabin. Whoever or whatever was out there, they were studying me. And for the first time, I felt genuine fear. This wasn't about isolation or the eerie forest. This was something else, something that knew I was alone and could approach without warning. The third day, I decided to leave at first light. I packed up my things, keeping an eye on the trees outside. As dawn crept into the forest, the shadows receded, revealing the cabin's surroundings. The forest looked calm, almost serene, in the early morning light. But I knew better. I had seen the subtle signs, broken branches, footprints, rocks moved. Someone had been watching, following me, testing the boundaries. I kept my backpack close, my car keys in hand, and I moved deliberately toward the path. Every step felt heavy, each crunch of gravel loud against the forest's silence. As I reached my car, I glanced back at the cabin one last time. It looked harmless in the sunlight, quiet, abandoned. But I knew it wasn't. I drove off slowly, careful not to disturb anything that might be out there, keeping my eyes on the trees as I merged back onto the rough gravel road. The sounds of the forest slowly faded, replaced by the rumble of my car. The tension in my shoulders began to ease only when I reached a paved road, and finally, a small town where signs of life, houses, lights, people, gave me relief. By the time I got home, I realized the impact of those 3 days. The fear, the isolation, the constant awareness of being watched. It stayed with me for weeks. But I also realized something important. I had survived it. I had faced an unknown threat, stayed calm, observed, and acted carefully. The forest and the cabin were harsh, unyielding, and indifferent, but I had endured. And I carried with me the knowledge that, no matter what, awareness, patience, and caution were my allies when the unknown loomed close. had been feeling restless for a long time, stuck in the same routine, working long hours, staring at screens, listening to the same noise every day. I wanted to get away, to put myself somewhere quiet, somewhere far from other people, where I could feel what silence was like again. I found a small rental cabin listed online. It was nothing fancy, just a wooden place tucked deep in the woods, miles from the nearest town, surrounded by trees and silence. The ad said it had no Wi-Fi, no television, no neighbors for miles. It seemed perfect. I booked it for a week in late autumn, when the air was already cold and the days were shorter. Driving there took hours. The further I went, the fewer cars I saw, until I was driving on a narrow dirt road lined with tall pines and bare trees, the ground littered with fallen leaves that crunched under my tires. My phone lost service long before I reached the place. I didn't mind. That was part of why I came. The cabin was small, one floor, built of old wood that looked weathered but solid. It sat in a small clearing, with trees pressing in on every side, their branches reaching over like arms. There was a short porch with 2 steps leading up to it. A single window faced the front, and the glass looked dark until I opened the door and let in some light. Inside, it smelled faintly of old wood and dust. The furniture was simple: a table, 2 chairs, a small couch against the wall, and a fireplace made of stone. The bedroom had 1 bed, the sheets folded neatly. There was no electricity, only some old oil lamps, candles, and a small stack of firewood. I unloaded my car, carried in my bags, set up the small cooler of food I brought, and looked around again. It was silent, except for the faint rustling of leaves outside. I could hear the wind moving through the trees. It felt good to stand in a place where there was no hum of electronics, no traffic, no voices, just the woods and me. The first day was peaceful. I walked around the cabin, explored a bit of the woods nearby, and then came back before it got too dark. The sun set early behind the trees, and shadows filled the clearing. I lit one of the oil lamps and started a small fire in the fireplace. The crackling would fill the room with warmth. I cooked a simple meal over the fire and sat at the table, listening to the popping of the logs and the faint sound of wind outside. When I finally lay down in bed, I felt a comfort I hadn't felt in a long time. I drifted to sleep easily. The next day, I woke up early. The air inside the cabin was cold. I could see my breath faintly when I sat up. I pulled on a jacket and stepped outside. The woods looked different in daylight. There was frost on the ground, and the air smelled sharp and clean. I decided to take a longer walk that day. I followed a narrow deer path into the trees. The ground was uneven, full of roots and rocks, and I had to watch where I stepped. I walked for a long while, noticing how quiet it was. No cars, no people. Just the occasional distant call of a bird or the cracking of a branch when something small moved through the underbrush. After some time, I found myself deeper in the woods than I expected. The cabin was out of sight. I realized I hadn't been keeping track of the direction I came from. The trees all looked the same, tall and bare, the ground covered in leaves. I turned back and walked the way I thought I had come. For a few minutes, I wasn't sure if I was going the right way. My chest tightened a little, but then, after pushing through some thick brush, I saw the clearing and the cabin again. Relief washed over me. I made a note to be more careful next time. That evening was quiet again, though I thought I heard something faint outside when I was sitting near the fire. A sound, maybe like a branch snapping or the crunch of leaves underfoot. I paused, listening, but it didn't happen again. I told myself it was probably just a deer. On the 3rd day, I noticed something strange. When I went outside in the morning, there were footprints near the side of the cabin. They weren't mine. They were faint, pressed into the thin frost. They looked like boot prints, the tread pattern clear. They led from the trees toward the cabin and then back into the woods. I stood there, staring at them for a long time. My first thought was that maybe a hunter or hiker had come through. But this cabin was far from any trails, and I hadn't seen a single person since I drove off the main road. My stomach tightened. I crouched down and studied the prints. They looked fresh, like they had been made during the night when the frost was on the ground. I walked around the cabin, checking the windows and the door. Nothing looked disturbed. Still, the idea that someone had been that close while I was sleeping unsettled me. I stayed outside for a while, looking at the trees, but there was no movement, just silence. That day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I kept the fire going, kept busy chopping some of the wood stacked outside, and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling. But I couldn't shake the thought that someone had been there. Every sound in the woods made me alert. The caw of a crow, the crack of a falling branch, the rustle of wind. When night came, I locked the door, even though it was just a simple latch. I put out the fire and lay in bed, listening. The cabin creaked softly. The wind moved against the walls, and every little sound seemed louder in the silence. I didn't sleep well. I woke up several times, straining to hear, sure I had heard something outside. On the fourth day, I checked again for prints. There were more. This time, they circled the cabin. They went from the trees to the front porch, then around the side, then back into the woods. My chest felt tight as I followed them with my eyes. Someone had walked around while I was inside. Someone had been close, watching, maybe even listening. I didn't know what to do. I had no phone service, no way to call anyone. The nearest town was miles away. My car was there, but the dirt road was long and rough, and I wondered if I should just pack up and leave. But part of me told myself it was fine, that maybe it was nothing serious. Maybe some hunter really had wandered too close. But another part of me knew it wasn't normal for footprints to circle the cabin like that. That day, I barely left the porch. I kept watch, scanning the trees for movement. My stomach felt tight all day, my hands restless. When night fell, I felt a deep unease settle in me. I built up the fire higher than usual, as if the extra light and warmth could keep me safe. Sometime deep in the night, I woke up. I didn't know why at first. The fire was low, the room dim. Then I heard it. Faint sound outside. A soft crunch of leaves, then silence, then another. Slow footsteps. My throat felt dry. I lay completely still, listening. The steps moved around, pausing, then starting again. They were close, right outside the cabin walls. I waited, my heart pounding, every muscle tense. The steps circled the cabin just like the footprints I had seen. They came to the porch. I heard the wooden boards creak under weight. I stared at the door in the dim firelight, afraid it would open. After a long time, the sounds faded. I stayed awake the rest of the night, barely moving, straining to hear. When morning finally came, I stepped outside cautiously. The frost on the ground showed fresh prints on the porch, leading up to the door, then back into the woods. I knew then I couldn't stay. I gathered my things quickly, shoving them into bags, packing my cooler. I loaded the car with shaking hands. I kept glancing at the trees, half expecting someone to step out at any moment. When I finally started the engine and drove down the dirt road, I felt a heavy weight lifting. The trees closed in around me, and I checked the rearview mirror over and over, making sure nothing followed. Took hours to get back to town. When I finally saw other cars, other people, I felt a rush of relief. I stopped at a gas station and sat there for a long while, just breathing, my hands still shaking. I never went back to that cabin. Later, I thought about the prints, about the sound of footsteps circling in the dark. I thought about how close someone had been, watching while I slept, while I sat by the fire, while I walked outside in the morning. The cabin had been what I wanted, quiet, isolated, away from people. But in that silence, someone else had been there too. Someone who never showed themselves, who only left prints and sounds in the night. And that thought stayed with me long after I left. I remember the first time I saw the cabin. It was a small, wooden structure tucked into a shallow clearing surrounded by dense forest. The sun was low in the sky, fading quickly behind the treeline, leaving shadows stretching long and thin over the uneven ground. The cabin itself looked abandoned from a distance, its exterior weathered by years of rain, wind, and snow, with patches of moss creeping up the sides. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, the shingles warped and cracked, giving it a fragile, almost fragile look, like it might collapse if someone stepped too heavily inside. I had rented it online for a week, desperate for solitude and a break from the constant noise of the city. The photos had been careful, cropped, and lit to hide its worst features, but I had learned early on not to expect perfection when you were out in the wilderness. Still, I had not expected the atmosphere to hit me the way it did. There was something quiet, too quiet, in the air around the cabin, and not the kind of quiet that was peaceful, but the kind that made you aware of every small sound your body made. The crunch of gravel under my boots, the snap of a twig, the faint whisper of wind through the pine needles. It all felt amplified, as though the forest itself were listening. I set my bags down at the edge of the small porch and looked around. The clearing was perhaps 50 feet across, rimmed by tall, dark pines that blocked almost all view of the surrounding terrain. There was a narrow path leading to the cabin from the dirt road I had driven in on, now overgrown with weeds and grasses, making it feel like no one had come this way for years. I remember thinking, for the first time, that maybe I had made a mistake, but the thought was fleeting. I was determined to push through, to convince myself that this was exactly what I wanted: seclusion, a break from everything. The inside of the cabin was just as neglected as the outside suggested. Dust lay thick on the wooden floorboards, and the air smelled of damp wood and something else I could not place: a faint, sour smell that clung to the corners. Sunlight filtered weakly through the grimy windows, casting dim, irregular squares of light across the floor. There was a small kitchen area with a sink that I did not dare touch and an old wood-burning stove, blackened from years of use. The furniture was sparse and mismatched: a threadbare armchair in one corner, a small table with peeling paint, and a rickety bed frame that had seen better days. I unpacked my things quickly, trying not to dwell too much on the oppressive stillness. By evening, the sky had darkened to a deep blue, and the forest around the cabin seemed to thicken, closing in as shadows grew longer. I lit a small lantern I had brought, placing it on the table in the kitchen, and tried to make the space feel a little more like home. I cooked a simple meal on the stove, the smell of cooking food masking the damp odor for a moment. But as night settled in, the quiet around the cabin deepened, and it became impossible to ignore. Every sound outside seemed sharper: a branch scraping against another, the distant crash of a tree falling somewhere far off, the rustle of an animal moving unseen. Each sound made my chest tighten a little. Sleep did not come easily that first night. I lay on the narrow bed, listening to the wind rattle the cabin's walls and the occasional snap of a branch in the forest. I tried to tell myself that everything I heard was natural, that the forest was full of life, and that none of it could hurt me. But the isolation got under my skin. I imagined shadows moving in corners where nothing was, and every creak of the floorboards under my own weight made me start. Hours passed slowly, and when I finally drifted off, it was with a mind half alert, half dreaming. The next morning, I woke early. The air was cool, almost icy, and the sun was just beginning to light the forest in muted golds and grays. I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The clearing extended a little further than I had thought, and the forest beyond looked thick, unbroken, and easy to get lost in. I walked cautiously, staying close to the path I had come in on. Birds chirped faintly in the distance, and I saw signs of small animals: tracks of deer and raccoon in the soft soil, a squirrel darting up a tree. It was peaceful, almost idyllic, and I started to relax a little, telling myself I was overreacting. That afternoon, I went further down the trail, curious to see if there were any streams or other signs of life nearby. I followed the narrow dirt path into the trees, the sun slanting through the canopy, creating patches of light that moved as the wind shifted. The path wound for several hundred feet before it split, one branch leading downhill, the other continuing deeper into the forest. I took the downhill path, thinking it would be easier to navigate, and soon found a small creek. The water was clear, running over stones, and I knelt to take a sip, the cold water refreshing. I decided to mark the spot mentally as a point of reference. If anything went wrong, I wanted at least one clear landmark. When I returned to the cabin, it was late afternoon, and the shadows in the clearing were long. I noticed for the first time that the cabin seemed darker, somehow more closed in. I attributed it to my own unease and pushed the thought away. I started a fire in the stove and settled into the chair with a book, trying to occupy my mind. But then I heard it, the first unmistakable sound that was not part of the forest. It was faint like a footstep, and it came from outside. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, soft and deliberate, not like a deer or raccoon or any animal I knew. I gripped the armrest, my heart beating fast. I told myself it was probably the wind or a branch falling. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I checked the windows, drawing the curtains tight. Nothing was visible, only the swaying shadows of the trees. I tried to calm myself, moving slowly around the cabin to make sure all the doors were locked. They were. I double-checked the latch on the front door, the padlock I had brought with me, and even the back door, which was almost hidden behind the porch. Each time I passed a window, I felt a brief wave of fear, as if someone might be watching from the darkness beyond. That night was worse than the first. The sounds continued, footsteps outside, rustling in the underbrush, small thuds against the walls. I did not sleep. I sat in the corner of the cabin, the lantern on the table throwing long shadows across the room, my hands clutched around my knees. Hours passed slowly, each one filled with tension. I told myself over and over that the forest was full of animals and the sounds could all be explained. But the feeling of being watched was undeniable, pressing down like a weight on my chest. The next morning, I made a decision. I would not stay inside the cabin. I packed a small bag with essentials: water, some food, my flashlight, and a few blankets, and decided to explore a wider area during daylight, hoping to understand what I was dealing with. I walked carefully, keeping the cabin in sight as much as possible. As I went deeper into the forest, I found signs that someone else had been there recently. Broken branches, footprints that did not match any animal I knew, and the remnants of what looked like a makeshift campsite. My heart sank. I had hoped I was imagining things, but there was evidence now, undeniable and real. I spent the entire day carefully exploring the surrounding area, making mental notes of landmarks and possible escape routes. By the late afternoon, I had mapped enough of the immediate forest to know that the cabin was isolated, with no easy way to reach a road or another building quickly. The thought was frightening. I returned to the cabin, exhausted, but also with a renewed determination. I would be careful and I would make it through. That night, I did not wait for the footsteps. I had a plan. I stayed in the center of the cabin, surrounded by every object I could use as a barrier if necessary. I placed heavy furniture against the doors and windows, and I kept my flashlight and a large kitchen knife within reach. Every sound made me flinch. The wind moaned through the trees, branches scraping the roof, and then I heard it, soft, deliberate scraping at the side door. My body froze. I watched the shadow move along the wall, then stop. I held my breath, willing it to go away. Hours passed. Nothing happened. When morning came, I cautiously opened the door to check outside. The ground was undisturbed. No footprints. No evidence of anyone or anything near the cabin. I felt relief, but it was thin, fragile, and temporary. I realized then that staying longer would not be safe unless I understood who or what had been near the cabin. I could not wait for another night of terror. I decided to leave. I packed quickly, taking only what I needed and leaving the rest behind. I walked down the dirt road slowly, constantly scanning the forest. The cabin faded behind me, swallowed by the trees, and I felt a mixture of relief and unease. I knew I had made the right choice, but part of me could not shake the feeling that I had been watched, that someone or something had been lingering just out of sight. Hours later, I reached the main road. A car passed by, and I flagged it down, explaining as best I could that I had rented a cabin and needed to get to safety. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, though I couldn't have explained why exactly. There was a sense of urgency I felt in the last few weeks before leaving, like I needed a break from the world, from everything, from myself. Work had been relentless, and the city felt heavier than it ever had before. I had decided on a small cabin in the middle of nowhere, somewhere the map marked only as Forest Preserve. I didn't know the name of the forest or the lake nearby or even the closest town, and that was exactly why I wanted to go. The thought of complete isolation was thrilling at first. I wanted nothing but silence, trees, and my own thoughts for company. I drove for hours through roads that slowly narrowed, losing asphalt and gaining dirt and gravel. The GPS signal dropped intermittently, then completely, leaving me with only the rough map I had printed weeks before. By the time I reached the last turn, I was on a barely marked path, flanked on either side by dense, dark trees. The sun was low, the kind of gold that filters through the branches in streaks, casting long shadows that danced on the uneven road. Every few hundred feet, I would see remnants of old tires, rusted signs, and broken fences, ghosts of someone else's presence, abandoned and forgotten. I reached the cabin just as dusk started to settle. It was small, wooden, with chipping brown paint and a sagging porch. Smoke curled lazily from the stone chimney, a good sign someone had been here recently. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, sharp and clean, and I felt a momentary thrill at the thought of being alone here, removed from everyone else. The windows were dusty and some were cracked, but it didn't matter. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of mildew and old wood, but it had a rustic charm I liked. A single main room held a wooden table, a few chairs, a small fireplace, and a narrow staircase leading to the loft above. I unpacked my things slowly, methodically, trying to convince myself I was alone. My phone had one bar, barely enough to send a text if needed, but I didn't even try. I wanted to disconnect. The first night was uneventful. I built a small fire, made a simple meal of canned soup, and fell asleep on the creaking mattress upstairs, listening to the sound of wind through the trees. But the next morning, things began to feel off. I woke early to the sound of something moving outside, rustling the underbrush. At first, I thought it was a deer or some other forest animal, but then I noticed the sound was deliberate, almost cautious. Something or someone was walking in the area behind the cabin. I froze, straining my ears. The sound stopped for a moment, then started again, closer this time. I decided to wait it out, figuring it was a hiker, though the path I had driven on hadn't seen traffic in years. Hours passed. I tried to keep busy cleaning the cabin, gathering firewood, and taking long walks around the perimeter. Every so often, I thought I saw something moving between the trees, a shadow that wasn't quite right, disappearing the instant I focused on it. By the time night fell, I was on edge. I made sure the doors were locked, and I stacked furniture against the main entrance, just to be safe. The wind picked up, whistling through the cracks in the windows, carrying the smell of damp earth and pine. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the fire, but every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, seemed to echo like footsteps. I didn't sleep well that night. Every sound seemed amplified, every crack in the wood a potential intruder. At one point, I thought I heard whispers just outside the loft window, soft, indistinct, but enough to make my heart race. I stayed awake until the early hours, huddled under blankets, my eyes flicking to every shadow. By morning, I was exhausted, my nerves frayed. The next day, I decided to explore further, hoping to find a trail or a road that might connect to civilization. I packed a small backpack with water, snacks, and a flashlight, moving slowly through the thick underbrush. The forest was dense, almost oppressive in places, and the trees seemed taller and closer together than I had imagined. I lost track of time and distance, marking my path with small scratches in the bark and broken twigs. Around midday, I stumbled upon an old hunting stand, half collapsed, leaning into a tree. Its wooden planks were weathered and rotting, and I realized that someone had been here long ago. The ground around it was littered with leaves and pine needles, and I thought I saw faint footprints, though they were hard to distinguish. By evening, I returned to the cabin, tired and frustrated. Something about being alone, being so cut off, was no longer peaceful. The isolation that had seemed thrilling now felt threatening. I double-checked the locks, secured the windows, and kept a small knife within reach. That night, the sounds outside grew louder. Branches snapped under heavy footsteps, and once, I was certain I saw a shadow move past the porch window. I stayed in the loft, clutching the knife, listening. On the third day, things escalated. I woke to find the front door slightly ajar, despite locking it the night before. Panic surged through me. I looked around. Nothing seemed disturbed inside, though the sense of being watched was overwhelming. I searched the surrounding area cautiously, flashlight in hand, but found no footprints, no signs of recent human presence. Still, I could not shake the feeling that someone, or something, had been inside. I moved every chair and table in front of the door, blocking entry as best I could. The following days were tense and exhausting. I didn't venture far from the cabin, too afraid to get lost or confront whoever might be around. I rationed food, took careful note of every sound, and spent hours listening for patterns, for evidence that I was not alone. Each night, the forest seemed alive with movement. Rustling, snapping, distant groans, the faint sound of running water that I couldn't locate. I learned to distinguish between animal noises and something that could be human. My body remained tense, my mind constantly calculating, imagining escape routes, exits, ways to defend myself. One evening, I noticed something new. A pile of broken branches arranged near the edge of the clearing, not far from the cabin. They were clearly placed deliberately, almost like markers. My stomach turned. Someone had been observing me, studying my movements. I spent the night crouched in the loft, gripping the knife, too afraid to sleep. By the sixth day, exhaustion and fear had warped my perception. Every shadow, every sound was magnified. I realized I could no longer think rationally about the situation. I needed to leave, but I also feared what I might encounter on the way back. I decided to prepare for a quick escape. I packed what I could carry, set traps at the cabin doors using furniture and broken glass, and waited for the right moment. The opportunity came just before dawn. A heavy fog settled in, limiting visibility. I slipped out a side window, careful not to make noise, and started retracing the route I had taken to the cabin. The forest seemed endless, the fog swallowing every familiar landmark. Branches clawed at my clothing, roots threatened to trip me, and every rustle made me freeze in panic. After hours of slow progress, I stumbled onto a faint dirt road. My heart leapt. I followed it, moving as quickly as my exhausted body would allow. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw lights in the distance. Cars, a building, the unmistakable signs of civilization. Relief washed over me in waves. I ran the last stretch, collapsing near the roadside, breathing heavily, disoriented but alive. Passerby stopped, helped me into their car, and I finally felt safe. Weeks later, I returned to the city, haunted but determined not to let the experience define me. I reported the cabin and surrounding forest area to the local authorities. They confirmed that the cabin had been abandoned for years, yet there had been signs of recent human activity. Footprints, makeshift shelters, and items left deliberately. It seemed someone had been living there temporarily, watching, waiting. They never found the person, but I knew I had survived. The fear I had endured had been real, raw, and I had emerged stronger and more cautious. The memory of the forest, the fog, the rustling shadows never left me. But I also learned something essential about myself. I could face extreme fear and survive. I could navigate isolation, danger, and the unknown. And while the cabin remained a scar in my memory, it became a lesson, a story of survival and clarity in the face of uncertainty, proving that even in the darkest, most terrifying places, careful thought, preparation, and resolve could see one through. I had been driving for hours, the highway stretching endlessly through thick forests that seemed to lean over the road, casting long shadows even in the late afternoon light. My goal was simple: a weekend alone at a small cabin I had rented through a quiet listing online. I had wanted a break from everything: emails, notifications, the constant buzz of city life. The cabin was supposed to be isolated, on the far edge of the state forest, reachable only by a winding dirt road. The thought of a few days of solitude, away from everyone and everything, felt like the kind of relief I hadn't realized I needed until I was practically on the edge of the forest. The dirt road appeared suddenly, turning sharply off the highway. The signs were faint, almost invisible, and I had to slow down to avoid missing them. The wheels of my car rattled against the stones and loose gravel, kicking up small clouds of dust. Trees crowded on both sides of the road, their branches scraping the windows in the wind. I noticed how quiet it was. No distant hum of traffic, no birds chirping, not even the rustle of small animals. It was a silence that pressed against the car, almost tangible, like the forest itself was holding its breath. The GPS signal had disappeared long before I reached this point. I hadn't thought it was strange. I had expected that much isolation. But the deeper I went, the more the sense of being alone grew. After about 20 minutes on the narrow road, the trees finally opened up to a small clearing, and there it was, the cabin. It was nothing fancy. A modest wooden structure, dark-stained logs, a simple porch with a few rocking chairs that looked unused for a long time. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, even though I doubted anyone was there. The door creaked as I opened it, and the smell of old wood and something faintly earthy hit me. Inside, it was dustier than I had expected, the kind of dust that doesn't just sit on surfaces but seems to sink into everything, including your skin and hair. The furniture was sparse. A small kitchen area, a table with a single chair, and a sofa that sagged in the middle. A wood stove sat in the corner, and I noticed the remnants of burned logs, blackened at the edges. I dropped my bag on the floor, glad to have arrived before nightfall. I had planned to unpack slowly, make a fire, and just sit on the porch watching the sun dip below the horizon. But there was something unsettling about the air inside. It was still heavy, almost expectant. I shook my head and told myself it was just the isolation. I had chosen this place. This was exactly what I wanted. The thought that I might be entering something dangerous felt absurd. I set about exploring. The cabin had a small bedroom with a bed neatly made under a thin blanket, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of mildew. The windows were covered with thin curtains that filtered the light in a way that made the room seem darker than it was. Outside, the forest stretched endlessly, the trees thick and close, their trunks rough and knotted. I could hear the wind moving through the branches, a soft, constant hiss that sounded almost like whispered voices when the gusts shifted. I decided to start a fire. The woodpile was dry, stacked neatly against the side of the cabin. I used some kindling from the cabin's kitchen drawer, and after a few minutes of coaxing, the fire caught, sending flames dancing across the logs. The warmth was immediate and comforting, and for a moment, I felt at ease. I settled into the sofa, listening to the crackle of the fire, letting the solitude sink in. Night came faster than I expected. It fell in layers, the sky darkening until the forest outside was a solid wall of black. I turned on the small lamp near the sofa, but it didn't reach far. Shadows filled the corners of the room, flickering as the fire moved. That was when I first heard it, a faint tapping at one of the windows. I froze, convinced it was a branch brushing against the glass. But when I moved closer, there was nothing outside. The forest was dark, still, with only the occasional rustle of leaves. I told myself it was just my imagination. But then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. Louder this time. I could feel my pulse quicken, my stomach tightening. I moved cautiously toward the window and peered through the thin curtain. The darkness beyond was absolute, the trees forming shapes that my mind kept trying to interpret. There was nothing moving, nothing there, just black. I took a deep breath and stepped back, convincing myself I was imagining things. Maybe the wind had shifted. Maybe it was an animal brushing against the cabin. I didn't want to admit how tense I was feeling. I tried to distract myself, focusing on unpacking my bag, setting out some food. I boiled water and made a cup of tea, the steam curling in the lamplight, and I tried to let the normalcy of those small tasks calm me. But the feeling of being watched lingered. It was subtle, like a weight pressing on the back of my neck, something that made me jump at every small sound. The creak of the floorboards, the faint rustle of leaves. Hours passed. I fell asleep briefly on the sofa, but my dreams were restless. I dreamed of being in the forest, unable to find my way back to the cabin, hearing footsteps behind me that never seemed to belong to anyone human. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of movement outside the door. Heavy steps, deliberate, slow. My heart pounded. I wanted to call out, to remind myself that no one else was supposed to be there, but my voice caught in my throat. The steps stopped suddenly, and for a long moment, there was silence. Then, a faint scratching at the door handle. I didn't know what to do. I looked around the cabin for something to defend myself with. The fire poker from the stove sat in the corner, cold and metallic. I gripped it tightly, every muscle tense. I moved slowly toward the door, listening, waiting. The scratching stopped again. I leaned close, pressed my ear against the wood. Nothing. I opened the door a crack, peeking out into the darkness. The forest stretched silently, the moonlight barely illuminating the clearing. There was nothing. I stepped outside cautiously. The night was colder than I expected, the wind biting through my jacket. The forest seemed enormous, overwhelming, and completely empty. I circled the cabin, shining my phone's flashlight into the shadows, trying to see if anything had approached while I slept. Branches snapped underfoot. The underbrush was thick. I found nothing. No footprints, no movement, no sign that anyone or anything had been there. I felt both relieved and absurd. I was alone. This was supposed to be my peaceful escape. I returned to the cabin, closing the door carefully behind me, and sat back on the sofa. The fire had burned down to glowing embers. I sat in silence, trying to calm myself. I told myself I had been tense, that the isolation was getting to me, that my mind had exaggerated the sounds of the night. But the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been outside, watching, waiting. The next morning, I woke early. The sunlight filtering through the trees made the cabin feel less oppressive. I stepped outside to explore the clearing. The forest surrounding the cabin was dense, with paths barely visible. I walked cautiously, noticing how quickly the forest swallowed sound. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud, echoing through the still air. I discovered a small trail leading deeper into the woods. Curiosity mixed with unease, but I didn't venture far. I turned back to the cabin, noticing for the first time faint marks on the porch steps, scratches that hadn't been there when I arrived. I spent the rest of the day trying to occupy myself. I chopped wood for the stove, cleaned the small kitchen area, and even ventured a little further along the forest path, mapping the immediate surroundings in my mind. But every small sound, the snap of a twig, the distant call of an animal, made my heart jump. That night, the noises outside returned. Tap, 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 first at the window, then near the door. I stayed inside, gripping the fire poker, listening as the sounds moved around the cabin. It went on for hours, and sleep was impossible. By the third day, I realized something had changed. The forest no longer felt like a neutral presence. It felt intentional, like it was closing in. I found more scratches on the wood, some on the window frames, others on the door. Something or someone was circling the cabin. I began to notice small signs. Footprints in the dirt, faint and partially covered by fallen leaves, too large and deliberate to be an animal. I was terrified, but I also knew that panic wouldn't help. I had to stay rational. I packed my car as quickly as I could in the morning light, keeping my eyes on the trees. I loaded the last of my things, leaving the cabin exactly as I had found it, but I did not linger. As I drove back down the dirt road, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following. There was nothing. The highway eventually appeared, and the isolation began to fade. The sunlight on the I had been planning this cabin trip for months. The idea was simple. A few days alone in a remote forest, far from the noise of the city, away from people, phones, and deadlines. The cabin I found was small but solid, made entirely of timber, with a steep roof and a little stone chimney. It was perched on the edge of a lake, surrounded by dense pine and birch trees, and it seemed perfect in every way when I first saw it. I had rented it through a reputable site and had confirmed every detail. It was isolated, yes, but not abandoned. It was maintained, stocked with the basics, and there were neighbors a mile or two away. At least that's what the listing promised. I arrived in the late afternoon on a crisp autumn day. The air smelled of wet leaves and cold earth. I parked my car on the dirt road leading to the cabin, which was covered in fallen branches and uneven rocks. Walking up to the cabin, I noticed that the windows were clean and the porch was swept. Everything looked ready for my stay. I unlocked the door, stepping inside, and was immediately hit by the smell of aged wood and a faint dampness. It wasn't unpleasant. It had character. Sunlight streamed through the windows, highlighting a simple, functional interior. A small kitchen with a wood stove, a single bedroom with a basic bed, and a living area with an old but sturdy table and chairs. I had brought my own food, extra blankets, and a first aid kit. I had checked the weather. It was supposed to be clear for the next 3 days, but as the sun began to sink behind the trees, a chill spread through the cabin. The first night passed without incident. I lit the wood stove, ate a simple dinner, and spent the evening reading. Outside, I could hear the wind brushing through the trees and the occasional birds settling in for the night. It was quiet, almost too quiet at first, but after a while, the isolation became comforting. I slept deeply, the kind of sleep that feels heavier than normal, as if the body is finally allowed to relax completely. The next morning, I woke to an unusual sound. A rhythmic thumping, low and distant, coming from the forest. At first, I thought it might be a deer or some other animal moving through the underbrush. I dressed in layers and stepped outside, scanning the trees. Everything looked normal, still peaceful. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows over the mist that hung above the lake. The thumping continued, irregular now and closer. My heart began to beat faster, but I reminded myself that animals can make all sorts of noises. I had heard stories of bears, wild boars, even large elk breaking branches in the forest. I decided to ignore it and went for a short walk along the lake, making mental notes of the terrain in case I had to navigate in the dark later. By midday, I noticed something odd. My car, which I had parked at the start of the trail, had scratches along the side that weren't there before. The paint was lightly scuffed, as if something brushed against it repeatedly. I crouched down to examine the marks, touching them lightly. There were no signs of footprints around the car, no branches that could have caused the scratches. My stomach sank. Maybe it had been someone passing by, someone careless with their vehicle? But the dirt road was rarely used, and the listing had promised isolation. I tried to shrug it off, telling myself that maybe the owner's caretaker had driven by to check on the property, but the thought made me uneasy. I walked back to the cabin faster than before, trying to convince myself it was nothing. The afternoon brought more signs that unsettled me. I had gone into the forest to gather firewood, walking along a narrow trail that wound between thick trees and over fallen logs. I had stacked a few pieces in a pile near the cabin, planning to use them later for the stove. But when I returned, the pile had been disturbed. The logs were scattered, some rolled down a small embankment, and others were placed in a way that didn't look natural. It wasn't an animal. I was sure of it. Bears tend to overturn logs randomly, and deer or smaller animals wouldn't be able to move pieces that heavy. Someone had been near my cabin while I was gone. Panic started to creep in, but I reminded myself that I could call the local authorities if I needed to. The cabin had no cell service, but the nearest town was about 30 minutes away. Still, I felt trapped, isolated, and watched. I spent the rest of the afternoon inside, barricading the windows slightly, moving furniture in front of doors, and checking that my tools were within reach. I had brought a pocket knife, a flashlight, and matches, all basic survival gear. The sun dipped low, and the shadows in the forest grew longer. I could hear rustling outside the cabin, subtle but persistent. Every now and then, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the trees. I told myself I was being paranoid, but sleep was out of the question that night. I stayed awake, watching the windows, listening for any signs of approach. The wind moaned through the pines, the lake lapped gently against the shore, and somewhere in the distance, the thumping continued. The next morning, I decided I had to leave. My instincts screamed at me that staying another night was dangerous. I packed quickly, taking only essentials, but when I went to start the car, it wouldn't turn over. The engine made a strange grinding noise, and the lights flickered. My heart sank. I tried several times, each attempt making a louder grinding sound, until I realized something was wrong. Looking under the car, I saw that the battery cables had been cut. This was deliberate. Someone had intended to trap me here. Fear hit me fully then, sharp and cold. The forest, which had seemed peaceful and beautiful, now felt like a cage. Every tree seemed to loom closer, the wind carrying whispers I wasn't sure were real. I retreated into the cabin, locked the doors, and searched for an alternative. There was an old shed behind the cabin, and inside I found a small generator. It wasn't enough to power the car, but I could use it to run lights or even charge a phone. I set it up, and after some tinkering, managed to get my phone to turn on. There was one bar of signal, enough to call the local authorities. I explained the situation, my voice shaking despite my efforts to stay calm. They said they would send a patrol car to check the area, but it could take hours. I was alone, knowing that someone had been close enough to damage my car and move my firewood. I barricaded myself in the bedroom, placing heavy chairs in front of the door, and armed myself with the knife and a sturdy metal rod I found in the shed. Hours passed slowly. Every noise made me jump. A branch snapping, a bird taking flight, the distant thumping in the forest. I convinced myself to stay still, to conserve energy and not reveal my location. Finally, in the late afternoon, I heard a vehicle approaching. My pulse raced. It wasn't the same as the thumping. This was the rumble of tires on dirt. I ran to the window, pressing my face against the glass, and saw a patrol car coming slowly down the road. Relief flooded through me. I opened the door just as the officers arrived, their flashlights cutting through the deepening shadows. I explained everything again, and they immediately went to inspect the cabin and surrounding forest. They found tracks, recent ones, leading into the woods. A few of the tracks were human, heavy boots, but there was no one in sight. The officers told me that it appeared I had been targeted, though they couldn't be sure by whom. There had been reports of someone in the area, a drifter or criminal who had been harassing isolated cabins for weeks, but the person had never been caught. The police advised me not to return to that cabin and to let them know if I found another safe place to stay. I packed what I could, leaving most of my things behind. They offered to drive me to the nearest town, where I could rest and call friends or family. As I drove away, the sun dipped behind the trees, casting long shadows across the road. The cabin disappeared behind me, small and silent, but I knew it would always be in my memory as the place where I realized how vulnerable isolation could make a person. The fear was real, grounded in human intentions, not myths or legends, and it was something I would carry with me for a long time. But I survived. I made it out, and the memory of the small details, the thumping in the night, the disturbed firewood, the scratched car, stayed with me as a warning. Real danger doesn't always announce itself with noise or flash. Sometimes it lurks quietly, close enough that you can see it, but far enough that you cannot reach it until it is too late. Even weeks later, I could still feel it, that hollow tension in my chest, the sense of being watched when I returned to normal life. I never went back to that cabin. I reported what happened to the rental company, and they took it off the listings. I learned that fear is not just about what you see, but about what could be, what could happen when you are alone and someone else has decided to make you their target. And though the memory haunts me, it also taught me caution, preparedness, and respect for the reality of isolation. There is nothing supernatural in the world that can match the terror of human malice in a quiet, empty forest. It started with a simple plan. I wanted a weekend away from the city, a chance to breathe the kind of air that felt heavy with pine and damp earth instead of car exhaust and smog. I found a cabin online, a small wooden structure nestled in the woods about 3 hours from the nearest town. The photos made it look cozy, almost too cozy, but I wanted solitude. I didn't want people. I wanted quiet. I wanted to feel small in a way that made the world around me feel bigger, more alive, more dangerous in a way that felt natural, not imagined. The drive out was uneventful at first. I passed through stretches of road lined with birch and oak, some trees so close together that the sun barely touched the asphalt. The air grew cooler, damp even, carrying the smell of moss and wet leaves. By the time I turned onto the gravel road that led to the cabin, the city had already vanished behind me. No traffic, no streetlights, just the crunch of tires against loose stones and the occasional call of a distant bird. I parked at the edge of the driveway, staring at the cabin. It looked exactly like the photos, maybe even smaller in reality, more rustic. It had a low-pitched roof, dark wooden siding, a small porch with a single rocking chair, and a woodpile stacked neatly beside the wall. A little stream ran just beyond the cabin, its water murmuring over rocks, giving the place a sound of life even without movement. I unloaded my backpack and supplies, stacking firewood near the door and checking the windows. All intact, all secure. I set my bag down and walked around the cabin once, noting the overgrown path that led deeper into the woods. Everything was silent, but it felt alive. Not in a mystical way, but in the way that nature itself breathes and shifts quietly when humans aren't around. I went inside, leaving the door unlocked for now, and immediately smelled the faint scent of damp wood and dust. It was clean, but not perfectly. There were faint marks on the floor where water had leaked before, scratches on the wooden walls where furniture must have been moved roughly. It smelled lived in, which was comforting. The cabin had a small kitchen, a living area with a wood-burning stove, a single bedroom, and a bathroom. Everything was basic but functional. I unpacked my things, checked the stove, stacked more firewood nearby, and finally sat down in the chair by the window. The sunlight was fading, and the shadows of the trees lengthened across the cabin walls. I could hear the stream outside more clearly now, and the faint rustle of leaves in the wind. I felt calm, almost blissful, and for a few hours, I didn't think about anything else. As night fell, the forest seemed to close in. Shadows stretched across the cabin's walls, and the moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy outside. I lit the stove and started a small fire. The warmth made the air inside the cabin heavy, but in a comforting way. I ate a simple meal I had brought, and then I settled into a chair with a book. Outside, the sounds of the forest continued. The whisper of the stream, the occasional snap of a branch, a distant owl calling. All normal, all natural. But as the night deepened, I began to notice details I hadn't paid attention to before. There were small scratches on the outside walls, faint but deliberate. Some looked fresh. I told myself it was probably deer or raccoons, or the branches scraping in the wind. The thought comforted me enough to return to the fire, but I kept glancing toward the windows, listening for anything unusual. The forest was alive with sound, yes, but there was a difference between natural and deliberate. Around midnight, I went to check the fire. That's when I heard it. The sound of footsteps outside, crunching on the gravel of the driveway. My first reaction was disbelief. Maybe it was an animal, but the sound was too heavy, too deliberate to be a deer or raccoon. I froze, listening. It stopped suddenly, and then the silence pressed down on the cabin. My heart began to race. I checked all the doors and windows, all locked, all secure. I considered calling someone, but my phone had poor reception. I could just barely get signal to send a text, but nothing more. Panic started to edge in, though I tried to stay calm. I sat by the fire, listening, straining my ears for any repeat of the noise. Minutes passed, and eventually, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone walking on the road, lost hikers. There was a trailhead not far from the cabin. I tried to calm myself, telling myself the forest was not sinister, that humans were rare here, and that there was no reason to be afraid. Sleep didn't come easily. Every small noise, a branch tapping against the window, the rustle of leaves, made me tense. I would drift off only to wake again at the smallest sound. At one point, I thought I heard breathing outside, soft but steady. My pulse spiked, and I gripped a heavy metal flashlight like a weapon. I forced myself to check every window and door. Nothing. The breathing stopped. Hours passed. I eventually dozed off, though fitfully, the fire dwindling to embers. When I woke in the early morning, the forest was calm. Light spilled through the trees, illuminating dew on the undergrowth. I felt relief, but also a lingering tension, like the cabin was holding its breath with me. I packed a backpack with essentials: food, water, a small first aid kit, my flashlight, and decided to explore the area. I wanted to see what could be out there, to understand the noises from the night. The path behind the cabin led into thick woods. I walked slowly, scanning everything. The air smelled of wet leaves, moss, and something metallic. My boots squished in mud as I followed the faint trail, the stream beside me murmuring steadily. I realized then that the scratches on the cabin weren't from animals. I had seen claw marks on trees too, deep and deliberate. Something had been moving around the cabin, and it wasn't normal wildlife. I pressed on, though every sense was alert. The further I went, the more signs I saw of movement. Footprints in the mud, broken branches, a tree bark stripped in a rough pattern. Whoever or whatever had been around last night was careful. It didn't seem random. I felt a growing sense of unease, but also determination. I wasn't going to let fear control me. I marked my path so I could return, moving slowly, deliberately, keeping the stream on my left as a guide. Hours passed. I discovered an old, abandoned hunting stand deeper in the forest. It was weathered, rotting, but it gave me perspective. The area was isolated. Someone could be nearby, maybe a poacher, maybe someone camping illegally. That explained the noises. Relief washed over me. Not the kind that calms, but the kind that focuses. It wasn't supernatural, it wasn't imagined. It was human. That was worse, but also something I could manage. I returned to the cabin by late afternoon, taking care to avoid leaving obvious trails. When I got back, I inspected the perimeter. Sure enough, there were clear footprints leading toward the cabin and circling it. Someone had been close enough to touch it. I took pictures with my phone and marked everything. I stayed vigilant, keeping the fire going, stacking extra wood by the windows so I could barricade quickly if needed. That night was tense, but different. I stayed awake most of the time, keeping a knife nearby and my flashlight in hand. I heard the footsteps again, lighter this time, hesitant. Whoever it was, they were aware of me now. They didn't linger long. I waited, tense, watching the shadows. At dawn, I saw someone moving away from the cabin along the path, a figure dressed in dark clothes, hunched, moving quickly. I stayed inside, making sure the door was locked, watching them disappear into the woods. I spent the rest of the day preparing to leave. I packed everything carefully, moved the cabin keys back to a secure location, and left detailed notes online about the potential danger for anyone renting the cabin after me. The drive back to the city was slow, but I felt lighter with every mile. The fear had been real but manageable. The forest had been dangerous, yes, but not impossible. The night had tested my awareness, my ability to stay calm under pressure, and my capacity to respond to real, tangible threats. By the time I returned home, I had a sense of relief unlike any I had felt in a long time. I had faced fear directly, and I had acted with logic, not panic. The cabin, the forest, the footsteps, all of it was real, but I had survived. I was cautious now, more aware of my surroundings, but also stronger. I had learned something crucial about isolation, about vigilance, and about the difference between imagined danger and real danger. And though I would never forget the tension of that night, I also knew that I had emerged from it intact, capable, and wiser. I had been looking forward to a quiet weekend away for months. Life had been wearing me down, and I wanted a place where I could shut out the noise, get away from constant distractions, and just let the silence of nature settle around me. I had found a listing online for a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Montana. It wasn't anything fancy, just a single-room wooden structure with a kitchen corner, a bed, a small wood stove, and a screened-in porch. It sat on the edge of a large clearing, surrounded by endless pine forest. The photos had shown tall, thin trees packed tight around the clearing, a gravel driveway that disappeared into the brush, and a small shed off to the side of the cabin. I drove out on a Friday morning in late September. The air had already started to turn cold. Leaves were shifting to yellow and orange, but in this part of Montana, there were mostly pines. So it was a forest of dark green needles mixed with scattered flashes of color. The cabin was about 3 hours away from the nearest town. The last hour of the drive was on a narrow gravel road that wound through dense forest. The road felt almost abandoned. The trees leaned in close, and every so often, branches scraped across the roof of my car. I passed only one other vehicle, a dusty old pickup parked half off the road. When I finally reached the cabin, I felt relieved to get out of the car. The place looked just like the pictures. A simple square structure with a tin roof, a stone chimney, and one door in the front. The clearing was quiet except for the sound of wind in the pines. The air smelled sharp and clean, like sap and cold soil. I carried in my bags, set them on the wooden floor, and walked through the cabin. The inside smelled faintly of wood smoke and dust. The bed was plain, just a mattress on a wooden frame. There was a small table, 2 chairs, a propane lantern, and a few shelves with basic cooking tools. The wood stove sat in the corner with a pile of split logs stacked beside it. I spent the first few hours settling in. I unpacked some food I had brought, cans of soup, pasta, oatmeal, trail mix. I filled a pot with water from the pump outside and tested the stove by building a small fire. The cabin warmed quickly, the stove clicking as the metal expanded in the heat. By late afternoon, I was ready to relax. I sat on the porch with a book, listening to the forest. The sound out there wasn't silence, not exactly. The trees creaked. Birds called in the distance. Sometimes branches cracked as something moved through the undergrowth. Every noise carried farther than I expected. Even small movements sounded amplified. As the sun began to sink, the clearing grew darker fast. I cooked a simple meal on the stove and ate alone in the quiet. By the time I finished, it was fully dark outside. The windows reflected only the firelight from the stove. Beyond the glass, the forest was black. That first night, I didn't sleep well. I wasn't used to how absolute the darkness was. In the city, even at night, there was always a faint glow in the sky, some light from buildings or street lamps. Out here, there was nothing. When I turned off the lantern, the cabin disappeared. I lay in the bed, staring up at the rafters I couldn't see, listening to the groan of the wood stove cooling down. Every so often, I thought I heard faint snapping noises outside, probably branches falling or animals moving through the brush. But my mind kept circling back to the fact that there was no one around for miles. If anything happened, I was alone. By morning, though, my nerves had settled. Sunlight poured through the small windows, lighting up the cabin. The forest looked less intimidating in the daylight. I decided to explore. I laced up my boots, grabbed a small pack with water and a knife, and walked out into the trees. The woods were dense. The pines grew close together, their branches blocking much of the sky. The ground was a mix of needles, moss, and patches of bare dirt. Trails from deer and other animals wound between the trees. I followed a faint one downhill toward the sound of water. After about half an hour, I came to a narrow creek running over smooth stones. The water was cold and clear. I knelt to drink, cupping it in my hands, and felt a sudden chill run through me. Not just from the temperature, but from how quiet everything became. The wind had stilled. No birds called. It was the kind of silence that pressed against your ears. I stood and scanned the trees. Nothing moved. I told myself it was fine, that I wasn't used to wilderness this deep. Still, I turned back sooner than I had planned. The rest of the day passed calmly. I read, wrote in a notebook, walked the clearing, and gathered extra firewood. But as the sun set again, the unease returned. That night, I heard definite movement outside. Not close, just at the edge of the clearing. Branches snapped. Something heavy moved through the brush. My heart pounded as I lay in bed, holding still, straining to hear. The sound circled slowly, then faded. Eventually, I drifted into a shallow, restless sleep. On the third day, I woke to find fresh tracks in the dirt at the edge of the clearing. They weren't animal prints. They were boot marks, The tread was clear in the damp soil, leading from the trees, across part of the clearing, and back into the woods. My stomach dropped. I crouched and studied them. The prints were sharp, which meant they were fresh. They hadn't been there the day before. Someone had walked close to the cabin during the night. The realization settled over me like ice. I was not as alone as I thought. I spent the day on edge. Every time I stepped outside, I felt exposed. The clearing no longer seemed peaceful. It seemed like a spotlight. I scanned the treeline constantly, looking for movement. I kept the hatchet from the woodpile close at hand. When night came again, I locked the cabin door and set the lantern low. I sat by the stove, listening hard. Hours passed. At some point, I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway. Slow, deliberate. They stopped outside. The door handle rattled softly. I froze, every muscle tight. The handle turned again, then stilled. After a long silence, footsteps moved away, fading into the trees. I didn't sleep at all. I sat upright in the chair, gripping the hatchet, staring at the door. The next morning, I found new boot prints circling the cabin. Whoever it was had walked slowly around the building, stopping at each window. I knew then that I couldn't stay. This wasn't some harmless hiker passing through. Someone was watching the cabin, testing me. I packed quickly, shoving food and clothes into my bag. But when I stepped outside, I saw something that froze me where I stood. My car tires were slashed, both rear ones cut deep. The vehicle sagged onto the rims. Panic flooded me. The gravel road stretched for miles in either direction, and the nearest town was hours away on foot. I wasn't prepared to hike that far, not with someone lurking in the woods. I forced myself to think clearly. The cabin had supplies. I had food, water, tools. If I stayed inside during the day and kept watch at night, maybe I could wait out the weekend. The rental owner was due back on Monday to check the place. That was only 2 more days. I decided to barricade. I nailed the shutters closed over the windows. I stacked extra firewood by the stove. I filled pots with water from the pump and kept the hatchet beside me at all times. That night, the footsteps returned. They circled slowly, stopping often. At one point, the doorknob rattled again, harder this time. I held the hatchet tight, heart hammering. After what felt like hours, the sounds faded into the trees. The next day, I found a new sign. A small pile of stones stacked neatly in front of the door. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. A message I didn't understand. By then, fear had hollowed me out. My hands shook constantly. Every creak of the cabin set my nerves on edge. I barely ate. On the final night, I sat awake, listening. The forest outside was alive with faint sounds. Twigs snapping, leaves shifting. Then came the footsteps again, slow and steady, approaching the cabin. They stopped right outside the door. The handle turned sharply. Wood splintered as pressure was applied. I braced myself, gripping the hatchet with both hands. The door creaked, the frame groaning under the strain. Then suddenly silence. Whoever it was stepped back. I waited, chest heaving, but the sound of retreating footsteps never came. I stayed frozen until dawn. When light finally filled the clearing, I forced myself to open the door. Outside, the ground was covered in fresh prints. Dozens of them circling the cabin over and over. My chest tightened as I scanned the trees, but there was no one in sight. An hour later, I heard the rumble of an engine. A truck appeared on the gravel road, the owner arriving for his scheduled check. Relief crashed through me so hard I nearly collapsed. I flagged him down, explained only that someone had been prowling the property. I remember the moment I decided to go to the cabin. It was a late summer morning when the sunlight spilled across my small apartment in a way that made the whole city feel suffocating, hot, and crowded. I had been living in the city for years, surrounded by noise, by people whose lives felt urgent but meaningless, and I was exhausted from it all. The idea of a cabin in the mountains seemed simple at first. Escape, quiet, time to breathe. I didn't know then that it would become one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I rented a small, isolated cabin about 3 hours from the nearest town. The description online promised peace, a stream nearby, a forest thick with trees, and a feeling of solitude that I could never find in the city. Pictures showed a small wooden structure, weathered and worn, with a porch that overlooked a clearing where the sunlight fell in patches on the ground. I didn't care that it was old. I didn't care that it looked a little run down. I wanted alone time, and that was exactly what this place promised. The drive was long and quiet. The closer I got, the narrower the roads became, winding through dense forests where sunlight barely touched the asphalt. By the time I reached the last turn, I was driving over dirt and loose rocks, the forest pressing in on either side like a wall. It was beautiful and oppressive all at once. I remember thinking how quiet it was, how the air smelled like wet leaves and pine, and how far I was from everything I knew. When I arrived, the cabin was exactly as it had been pictured. It sat slightly back from a narrow clearing, half hidden by pine trees. The wood was gray and weathered. The porch sagged slightly on one side. The windows were dusty, the paint peeling, but it was perfect in its isolation. There were no neighbors for miles, no sounds of traffic, no voices, nothing but the forest. I parked my car and got out, feeling the sun on my face and the quiet pressing in from all sides. I carried my backpack to the porch and stood there for a long moment, just listening to the wind move through the trees. Even then, a small sense of unease crept in, subtle and easy to ignore, like the weight of watching eyes just out of sight. Pushed it away. I had come here to be alone, and I was going to enjoy that. The inside of the cabin smelled of old wood, dampness, and a faint mustiness that told me it had been closed up for some time. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet. Dust motes floated in the air like tiny sparks in the late afternoon sun streaming through the windows. There was a small kitchen area, a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a tiny bathroom in the back. A staircase led to a loft with a bed and a couple of chairs. It was small, but it was mine for the week. I unpacked, setting out my clothes, my food, my books, and some supplies I had brought along. The sense of isolation was heavy, but it was peaceful in the way I had imagined. That first evening, I lit a fire in the stove and watched the flames crackle. Outside, the forest was alive with the sounds of birds and insects. Everything seemed normal, perfect even. I cooked a simple meal on the stove and ate in silence, enjoying the fact that no one would interrupt me, no one would demand anything of me. The sky darkened, the forest shadows lengthened, and I climbed to the loft to sleep. I remember lying in the bed and hearing the wind move through the trees, feeling the cabin settle, the floorboards groaning in ways that were both ordinary and unsettling. There was nothing to fear, nothing at all, or so I thought. The next day I woke early. I had planned to explore the forest and the nearby stream. The air was cool and damp, the forest floor soft underfoot. The cabin already felt like it belonged to me. I spent the morning walking, taking photos, and making notes in a small journal I had brought along. The forest was beautiful, dense, and thick with undergrowth. I could hear the occasional bird call, the rustle of leaves, the distant sound of water. I did not see anyone. I did not see any signs of other people. The solitude was intoxicating, almost meditative. I returned to the cabin in the early afternoon, tired and dusty. That was when I first noticed it. A strange sound outside, faint but distinct, like the snapping of twigs, far away at first, then closer. I paused on the porch, scanning the forest, but there was nothing, no one, just the trees, the shadows, and the occasional bird. I shook my head and told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a raccoon. Still, I could not shake the feeling that someone or something was watching. The evening came and I lit the fire again. I kept the door locked, double-checked the windows. The sound of movement in the forest continued, faint but persistent. I told myself it was probably nothing. Animals made noise. Animals moved. I had no reason to worry. Yet as darkness fell, the noise grew more deliberate, sharper, closer. At one point, I swore I heard something scraping against the side of the cabin. My stomach twisted. My rational mind tried to explain it away. the old wood shifting, branches brushing against the wall. But even as I tried to convince myself, fear settled into my chest, heavy and insistent. The night was long. Every sound became magnified. The wind, the creaking of the cabin, the occasional distant snap of a branch. Sleep was impossible. I sat on the edge of the bed, listening, trying to remind myself that I was safe, that the cabin was solid, that no one could get in without me hearing them. But I kept imagining figures moving just beyond the tree-line, glimpses of shadow between the trees, shapes that could not have been real. My mind twisted what little evidence I had into something terrifying. By the early hours of the morning, I was exhausted, but I could not sleep. I stayed in the loft, staring at the ceiling, listening to the forest, wishing for sunlight. The next morning, I decided to take the threat seriously. I did not leave the cabin again. I checked the locks, the windows, the doors. I made sure my phone was fully charged, my backpack ready. The snapping, scraping noises continued, always just beyond the clearing, always deliberate. I tried to reason with myself. It could be hikers, it could be hunters, it could be a bear. But deep down, I knew the way the sounds moved through the trees felt calculated, too organized to be random. I started to keep a log, writing down every sound, every movement I thought I heard, every possible escape route. My hands shook, my heart raced, but I forced myself to plan. The third day was worse. I caught sight of footprints. They were faint, leading from the edge of the forest to the back of the cabin and back again. I could not tell what had made them. They were too large to be deer, too small and narrow to be a bear. Whoever or whatever had been here had circled the cabin. I stayed inside, watching through the windows. The forest was alive with movement, shadows flickering between the trees. I kept the fire going during the day, thinking that the smoke might keep an intruder away. My food ran low. I rationed what I had, too afraid to venture outside for supplies. Each sound outside made me flinch. Each rustle of leaves made my blood run cold. By the fourth day, the tension was unbearable. I could no longer sleep. I could no longer trust the forest. I could no longer pretend that this was a vacation. I was trapped, alone, and hunted. The sound of movement never stopped, always present, always just beyond my sight. I realized that someone had been watching me from the moment I arrived. I thought of the drive up, the empty roads, the narrow turns, the isolation. Whoever it was had planned this, had waited for me. Panic rose in me like a tide I could not control. On the fifth day, I noticed a shadow moving through the trees at the edge of the clearing. It was human-shaped, tall, dressed in dark clothing. I froze, my heart racing. I could see them moving slowly, deliberately, staying mostly hidden, but always watching. I considered my options. There was no one nearby to call for help. My phone had no signal beyond the cabin. I had packed some basic tools, a hatchet, some knives, and a flashlight. I could try to confront whoever it was, or I could hide, or I could try to escape in my car. But the road back was long, narrow, and surrounded by forest. Whoever had been watching could easily block me. I spent hours planning, tracing every possibility, every escape route, every weapon I could use. By nightfall, I realized there was only one way I could survive. I could not wait for them to make the first move. I had to leave on my own terms. I packed a bag with the essentials: water, food, some tools, a flashlight, a blanket. I made sure the car was ready, the keys in the ignition, and I waited until the night was darkest, when the forest was quietest and the shadow no longer visible. Then I went. I moved quickly and silently through the cabin, locking doors behind me, leaving no sign of my departure. I ran to the car, heart hammering, hands shaking, barely daring to breathe. I started the I had never planned to spend a week in complete isolation, not in any serious way. My life had always been filled with people, constant noise, and the small comforts of modern civilization. Yet somehow, when I found that cabin tucked away in the mountains, I felt compelled to take the trip. It wasn't advertised as anything special, just a small, wooden structure perched on the edge of a forest clearing, a little over a mile from the nearest road. The idea was simple. Leave my phone behind, leave the world behind, and just exist for a while in a place where the sun rose and set without the interference of streetlights or screens. The journey there was longer than I expected. The road ended abruptly, giving way to a narrow dirt path that wound its way upward into the trees. The branches overhead were thick and heavy, filtering the sunlight into thin, wavering shafts that danced across the ground. Even in mid-afternoon, the forest felt dim and tight, as though the trees were leaning in just slightly, observing me. My car, a small SUV, groaned and rattled over the uneven path, rocks scraping against the underside, tires kicking up clouds of dust. I kept imagining the possibility of it breaking down, which was absurd, but in that silence, even absurd thoughts grew into something heavier, more real. By the time I reached the small clearing where the cabin sat, I was covered in sweat and dirt, my arms sore from maneuvering the steering wheel around the narrow bends. The cabin itself was modest, its logs rough-hewn and dark, with a steep roof that suggested heavy snowfall in winter, and a small porch that creaked ominously under even my light steps. There were no neighbors, no signs of life other than the occasional bird or the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the chimney, which was odd because I hadn't seen any signs of people. But it was possible the previous occupant had left recently, and the fire was still smoldering. That thought made me uneasy, though I couldn't say why. Inside, the cabin was smaller than it appeared from outside. A single room contained a basic kitchen area, a wood stove, a table, and a narrow bed tucked into the corner. A second, slightly larger room was accessible through a door that looked more like a closet than a bedroom. The floorboards groaned under my weight, and the walls bore the marks of age, splintering in places, dark streaks where rain or moisture had seeped through. The air smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp, with a hint of rot that I immediately noticed. Despite that, the place had a rough charm. It felt isolated, yes, but also private, untouched in a way modern spaces never are. I spent the first few hours unpacking, organizing my things on the narrow shelves, and making a small pile of firewood beside the stove. There was no electricity, of course, and I had no intention of using any modern conveniences beyond the basics I had packed with me. Flashlights, a portable stove, and enough food to last a week. I wanted this to be real isolation, a test of patience and endurance. The silence itself was startling. I had never realized how constant the background noise of daily life is. The hum of engines, the distant chatter of people, the small, comforting buzz of electricity. Here there was nothing, not even wind at first, only the occasional creak of the cabin settling or the faint rustle of leaves outside. By the second night, I had settled into a routine. Wake early, make coffee over the stove, sit on the porch and watch the sunlight shift through the trees, take short walks along the narrow trails that led into the forest, and return by mid-afternoon before the shadows lengthened too much. The isolation was peaceful at first, almost meditative. I found myself noticing details I never had before. The way the moss clung to the sides of trees, the patterns of insects scuttling across the forest floor, the faint, almost imperceptible tracks of animals in the dirt. But as the day stretched into night, that peace began to fray. Started small. A sound in the distance that didn't belong, low, irregular thumps, like something heavy moving through the underbrush. I told myself it was a deer or maybe a bear, but even that felt too convenient. The sound seemed to move closer as night fell, though it was impossible to say. Shadows lengthened and shifted around the cabin in ways that felt almost deliberate, though I knew better. When I lit the fire, the warmth brought comfort, but it also cast the trees outside in sharp, elongated silhouettes that seemed to writhe. My own movements across the cabin floor sounded unnatural, exaggerated in the quiet. On the third night, the unease intensified. I had gone for a short walk along the trail, carrying only a flashlight. I knew the route well now, the twists and turns etched into my memory, yet even familiarity offered no comfort. At one point, I thought I heard the thump again, closer, accompanied by a soft, dragging sound. I stopped and waited, straining my ears, and the forest became a living thing around me. The trees creaking, the leaves whispering, the small animals scattering at my intrusion. But the dragging sound persisted, slow, deliberate, and undeniably human. My heart raced. I considered running back to the cabin, but I paused, telling myself it could be anything. A fallen branch, the wind, my imagination. And yet, when I finally turned back, the path seemed different. Not physically, but in the way shadows lay across it, in the depth of darkness between the trees. The forest felt larger, as if it had expanded around me while I was gone. I returned to the cabin, and nothing appeared out of place. But sleep was uneasy, punctuated by the feeling of being watched. I kept the fire going, stacking wood carefully, glancing out the small windows every few minutes. I began to notice every sound, the snap of twigs, the low rustle of animals, the occasional distant howl, and interpreted it all as potential danger. My mind was on edge. The isolation that had been peaceful now felt like a trap. Every decision became weighted. Whether to step outside, how long to leave the fire unattended, how to store food without attracting animals. The fourth day was the most frightening. I woke to find the trail to the cabin disturbed. Not obviously, but subtle signs. Footprints that didn't belong, broken branches near the edge of the clearing, the soil slightly pressed down as if someone had crouched there recently. My stomach sank. I knew I was no longer truly alone. Someone or something had been nearby while I slept. I combed through the cabin, double-checked every lockable window, and made sure the door was reinforced with the metal latch I found. I thought about retreating, but the nearest road was over a mile away, through thick forest, and nightfall was approaching. I felt trapped, with only the sounds of the forest outside and the oppressive silence inside to keep me company. I spent hours pacing the small cabin, moving from window to window, listening, trying to convince myself that the prints were random or old. But the dragging sound had returned in the distance, steady, deliberate, slow, echoing through the trees in a way that made my chest tighten. By nightfall, my sleep pattern had completely collapsed. I didn't try to sleep. Instead, I stayed awake, tending the fire and watching the windows. The forest, so full of life during the day, became alien at night. Eyes seemed to peek from between the trees, though I couldn't locate them. I tried to remember that the forest was home to animals, but the irregularity of the thumps, the occasional metallic scraping sound, made me doubt. I began to make small defenses, stacking furniture to block entrances, keeping sharp tools close, moving the heavier pieces of firewood near the door. My mind raced with worst-case scenarios, though I tried to reason with myself constantly. I told myself I would leave at the first sign of real danger. Yet the thought of moving through that forest at night, alone, terrified me almost more than staying put. The fifth day was worse. I ventured only as far as the porch, observing the clearing from behind a window. That morning, I noticed something chilling. A small arrangement of objects just beyond the cabin. A pile of stones stacked unnaturally, a branch propped upright in the dirt, and a strip of cloth snagged on a low tree limb. I knew this was no animal. This was human. Someone had been there, close, while I slept, while I ate, while I walked. My body reacted as if I were back in a nightmare. I couldn't call anyone. My phone had no signal, my only link to the outside world severed. I had to rely on myself. I spent hours examining the area, noting every detail, every possible path someone could have used to approach. I reinforced the cabin door with extra logs and secured the windows as best as I could. Every sound outside made me flinch. Every shadow seemed like a threat. My body was taut with tension, my mind spinning endlessly with possibilities, none of which were comforting. Night fell again, and the forest seemed to close in completely. The dragging sound came closer this time, a low, persistent noise that made my stomach churn. I stayed near the stove, fire blazing, preparing mentally for confrontation. Hours passed. I remember the day I decided to go to the cabin with a clarity that still haunts me. I had rented it on a small, obscure website that promised seclusion, nature, and peace far from any town or road. It was early fall, the air starting to shift toward cold, crisp nights, but the days were still warm and bright, perfect for long walks through the forest. The photos of the cabin looked charming. Rustic wooden walls, a small porch with 2 chairs, a stone fireplace, and an isolated stream visible in the background. The reviews were sparse but positive, each one emphasizing privacy and quiet. I was craving solitude, a break from the endless noise of work, social obligations, and the city's constant hum. The drive there was long. My route took me through winding roads flanked by dense forests that seemed to grow darker and thicker as I approached. The sun was lowering in the sky when I finally turned onto the dirt path that led to the cabin. I remember the sound of my tires crunching over gravel, the way the forest swallowed up the sun's last rays, and how the air began to carry the faint, cold scent of damp leaves. It was beautiful in a way that made me feel both small and isolated at once. And at that moment, I didn't consider the cabin as a place of potential danger. I saw only comfort, quiet, and the promise of escape. When I pulled up, the cabin was even more secluded than I expected. It sat on a slight rise, surrounded by tall pines and oaks, with a thick understory of ferns and shrubs. The porch sagged slightly, the wood gray with age, and I noticed a thin trail of smoke curling from the stone chimney. I had not expected anyone else to be there, and the smoke unnerved me just a little, as if someone had been there recently or was still inside. But the sense of calm overpowered that tiny worry. I stepped out of the car, feeling the air immediately colder than the roads had suggested, and began unloading my bag. Inside, the cabin was cozy but worn. The wooden floorboards creaked under my weight, and dust coated the corners of the room. The fireplace was large, built from heavy stones, but cold and empty. There was a small kitchen area, a few basic utensils, a fridge that hummed quietly, and a table with 2 chairs. Upstairs, there were 2 bedrooms, each with a bed, thin blankets, and a couple of worn quilts. I explored briefly, making mental notes of the layouts, then started a small fire in the fireplace. The smell of burning wood mixed with the musty scent of the cabin itself, a combination that somehow made me feel grounded. I spent the first evening unpacking and setting up my things. I brought food, water, and my laptop, though I didn't plan to use it much. There was no internet, which was part of the appeal, and I looked forward to a few days without notifications or emails. I cooked a simple dinner over the stove, then sat near the fire, watching the flames dance against the darkening windows. The wind whispered through the trees outside, and I felt a strange mix of comfort and unease, the sort that comes from being utterly alone in the wilderness. Night fell quickly. The darkness outside seemed complete, absolute, and I realized I could hear every sound clearly. A branch snapping in the distance, the rustle of leaves, the faint gurgle of the nearby stream. I told myself it was peaceful, that this was what I had come for. I slept poorly, though, waking often to the sounds of the forest, feeling the cabin respond to the night, the floorboards contracting, the wind pressing against the walls, the occasional thump of something outside. I convinced myself each time it was nothing, and eventually drifted into a restless sleep. The next morning, I awoke to the smell of damp air and smoke curling up from the chimney. I stepped outside and noticed footprints in the soft dirt near the back of the cabin. They weren't mine, and they didn't follow any pattern that suggested an animal. I froze, staring at them, tracing the shapes with my eyes. They seemed human, but they didn't belong to anyone staying in the cabin before me. My first instinct was that someone had come recently, maybe the owners checking in, though I knew they said no one would disturb me. I brushed it off and told myself it was probably from a hiker or someone walking the trail nearby. I decided to explore the forest behind the cabin that day. The trees were dense, the path narrow, and the ground littered with sticks and fallen leaves. I walked for hours, noting the slight incline of the land, the way the forest seemed to grow darker as I went further from the cabin. I found the stream, clear and cold, the water moving briskly over rocks. I drank sparingly from it, careful, and sat for a while watching the sunlight filter through the canopy, feeling a momentary calm. But as I turned back, I realized the trail didn't look familiar. I had wandered further than I thought, and the landmarks I had memorized seemed distorted. Panic crept in, but I retraced my steps carefully, counting each turn and landmark until I finally saw the cabin's roof through the trees. Relief washed over me, but a seed of unease had been planted. That evening, the unease grew. The wind picked up, rattling the windows and doors, and I could hear the forest alive in a way that made my stomach tighten. I ate dinner quickly, then started to clean up, noticing more footprints appearing outside, fresh in the damp dirt. I checked the doors and windows. Everything was locked, but the footprints led from the edge of the woods, around the back of the cabin, and then back again as if someone had been circling it. My heart pounded as I realized I was not as alone as I thought. I wanted to convince myself it was a local checking trails or hunters, but the isolation of the cabin made me question that. There were no nearby roads, and the nearest town was miles away. I spent hours checking and rechecking the doors and windows. I barricaded the back door with a chair and made sure the latch was secure. I kept a heavy flashlight and a small hatchet by the fireplace. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every sound was amplified. The wind tearing through the trees, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. I could hear something moving outside, not a deer or raccoon, but something deliberate, measured, and careful. I stayed awake until dawn, sitting near the fireplace, staring at the windows, gripping the hatchet tightly, and waiting for any sign that someone, or something, was out there. The following day, I decided I had to leave. I packed some essentials into my backpack, planning to hike back to the road and drive away. I wanted to convince myself I wasn't overreacting, that I could stay one more night, but the footprints and the sense of being watched left no doubt. I left the cabin door open slightly, signaling I was still inside, in case someone returned, then moved cautiously through the forest, keeping my eyes on the trail. As I walked, I heard voices, distant, low, and indistinct, but clearly human. My pulse spiked, and I ducked behind a tree, peering through the branches. I could see figures moving along the edge of the clearing near the cabin. They hadn't noticed me yet. My mind raced with possibilities. Trespassers, criminals, hunters, someone lost who meant no harm. I had no way of knowing. I waited, counting heartbeats, then slowly began to backtrack along a different route I had scouted the day before. Hours passed, and the figures never appeared again. I eventually reached the dirt road that led to the main highway, sweat and mud covering me, exhausted but relieved. A car passed, and I flagged it down, explaining my situation as best I could. They gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I called the authorities and reported the cabin. Later, the local police investigated and discovered that the cabin had been targeted recently by a small group of people who used abandoned or rented cabins for temporary hideouts while committing theft and other crimes in nearby towns. They had likely been watching the cabin when I arrived, leaving footprints and signs of presence, but had abandoned it when they saw someone inside. The ending, though terrifying, was clear. I learned that isolation can be both a refuge and a trap. I realized that the forest, while beautiful, was indifferent, and the real danger came from other humans, not the shadows. The cabin itself was not haunted. It was simply a location vulnerable to human exploitation. I never returned to that cabin, and I never underestimate the quiet threat of remote places again. In the months that followed, I planned trips carefully, checked local reports, and always told someone my exact location before venturing into seclusion. The experience left me with a respect for isolation, a heightened sense of awareness, and an understanding of how quickly peace can turn into fear when human intentions are unknown. Even now, when I think back, I remember the weight of the forest, the chill of the air, the creak of the cabin floorboards, and the unsettling realization that someone had been close enough to touch the very space I thought was mine. It was a lesson in caution, preparedness, and the raw reality that sometimes the scariest things are not the things you imagine in stories, but the ordinary humans who move silently, observing, waiting for opportunity. The scar of that experience never fully left me, but it also gave me clarity. I became more deliberate in my decisions, more aware of the environment, and more respectful of I had always liked the idea of being alone in the woods, away from the noise and constant motion of the city. I grew up near a small town, the kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and the roads were lined with familiar houses and streetlights that stayed on all night. But as I got older, I found comfort in the idea of isolation. There was something honest about the forest, something unpretentious. No one to talk to, no responsibilities pressing in from every side, just the raw reality of the world around you. I had been planning this particular trip for months, researching cabins that were off the grid, remote enough that I would be completely alone, but still structurally safe. The one I picked was a small, two-room wooden cabin nestled in a low valley surrounded by dense pines. The drive to it was long, unpaved for the last 15 miles, with roads that twisted and turned through steep hills and sharp drops. My GPS barely worked once I got close. The area was known for its ruggedness, and cell service was sparse at best. I arrived in the late afternoon. The sun was low, filtering through the tall trees and casting long, shifting shadows across the dirt road as I parked my car on the narrow clearing in front of the cabin. The cabin itself was modest, built entirely of logs with a metal roof and a small porch. There were no lights, no modern amenities except for a basic propane stove and a small wood-burning fireplace. I carried in my bag slowly, taking in every sound, the crunch of pine needles under my boots, the faint rustle of leaves in the wind, the occasional distant cry of a bird I didn't recognize. I wanted to feel alert, to feel alive, and this place had that effect immediately. The inside was musty but clean, with simple furniture. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a bed in the corner with a thin mattress, and a small bookshelf that had a few worn books and a stack of old magazines. I set my backpack down on the floor and began unpacking, making a mental checklist. Food, water, firewood, matches, flashlight, extra batteries. Everything seemed in order. I felt a tingle of excitement at the thought of spending a few days completely disconnected. No interruptions, just me and the forest. I went outside to inspect the area. Behind the cabin, the trees were thick, almost impenetrable. There was a narrow path that wound downhill toward what looked like a small stream. I made a mental note to explore it tomorrow. The sun was dropping fast, and the shadows between the trees stretched and shifted in ways that made the forest feel much larger than it was. I cooked a simple dinner on the propane stove, canned beans and rice, something easy and filling. I ate slowly, listening to the quiet around me. By the time I finished, the sun had gone down completely, leaving only the fading orange glow on the horizon. I lit the fireplace. The sound of the wood crackling, the small flicker of flames, was strangely comforting. Outside, the darkness was absolute, almost tactile. I could barely make out the shapes of the trees, and every sound seemed amplified. The scurry of a small animal in the underbrush, the distant thump of something moving through the forest. I reminded myself that I had come here to experience exactly this, the raw reality of being alone in the wilderness, and I tried to take comfort in it. The first night passed slowly. I woke a few times, always startled by small noises, the wind shaking the branches, the creak of the cabin settling, something scratching faintly at the edge of the porch. I stayed still, listening, trying to figure out what it was. Eventually, I would fall back asleep, always half aware, always on edge. The next morning, I decided to explore the area. I packed a small day bag with water, a first aid kit, a pocket knife, and a flashlight. The path downhill led to the stream, which was wider than I expected, the water cold and clear. I followed it for a while, noticing the tracks of deer, maybe a bear, and smaller animals. I didn't see anything moving, but the feeling of being watched never fully left me. I knew it was likely just my imagination, but it made me move cautiously, alert to every sound, every shadow. Returning to the cabin, I noticed something odd. One of the windows was slightly open. I was certain I had closed it before I went out. My heart rate quickened, but I reminded myself that the wind could have pushed it open. I closed it again, checking the locks on the doors. Everything seemed secure. I told myself I was being paranoid, that I was alone and safe. I spent the rest of the day tidying up, chopping some extra firewood, and organizing my supplies, but the feeling of unease lingered. By nightfall, the darkness outside seemed thicker, heavier. I could hear movement in the woods again, something deliberate, not random. My mind tried to rationalize it. An animal, a deer moving through the underbrush, but the sound was too rhythmic, too calculated. That night, I barely slept. Every rustle, every snap of a branch made me tense, and I found myself sitting on the bed, flashlight in hand, listening. Around 2 a.m., I heard a noise that froze me in place. It was a soft, steady thumping coming from the back of the cabin. My first thought was a deer had wandered too close, maybe even brushed against the building. I sat quietly, straining to hear. Then the thumping stopped. I waited, holding my breath. Nothing. After what felt like an eternity, I lay down again, not sleeping, but pretending I might rest. By morning, the unease had not lifted. I had breakfast, made coffee, and tried to rationalize the events of the night. The forest was alive, unpredictable. That was all. Over the next 2 days, I maintained a strict routine. Exploring during the day, checking the perimeter of the cabin, collecting water from the stream, and securing firewood. The first day passed without incident, but the second day brought a disturbing realization. My food supply had been tampered with. Cans I had set aside were moved, some slightly dented. It wasn't obvious, but I noticed the subtle differences. My stomach tightened. The cabin felt less like a sanctuary and more like a trap. I went outside, circling the area, checking the trees, listening. Nothing. No footprints in the dirt around the clearing, no signs of a human presence. Just the dense forest and its natural inhabitants. I tried to convince myself that maybe an animal was responsible, raccoons or bears, but raccoons don't open canned food easily. Bears might, but there were no signs of large claw marks. My anxiety grew. That night, I took extra precautions. I locked every window and door, stacked chairs against them, kept a small hatchet on the bed. The wind outside howled, rattling the cabin, but there was another sound now, faint but distinct, a dragging noise coming from the direction of the back porch. I sat perfectly still, my hands gripping the flashlight tightly. The noise continued, slow and deliberate. My mind raced through scenarios, human intruder, animal, something I couldn't see. I knew that if it was a human, they had to be skilled at moving quietly. I debated leaving the cabin, but it was pitch dark outside, and the forest was thick. I didn't know the terrain well enough to run. My only hope was to wait, stay alert, and hope the person or thing went away. Hours passed. The sound eventually stopped. I didn't sleep again that night. The morning brought no relief. I packed a bag with essentials, planning to hike out immediately. But before I could leave, I noticed something I hadn't before. The dirt around the cabin was subtly disturbed. Footprints, partially washed away by overnight rain, led toward the forest and then disappeared. Not animal tracks, human. The realization hit me like ice water. Someone had been here, watching me, waiting. Panic surged through me. I knew I had to move fast. I double-checked my pack, food, water, knife, flashlight, and left the cabin, taking the path I had explored along the stream. The hike out was tense, every sound amplified. I didn't stop to look around, just focused on reaching the main road. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but I couldn't be sure. My pace quickened, adrenaline pushing me further than I thought I could go. Eventually, I reached the last clearing before the road and saw my car in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I didn't slow down until I was inside, doors locked, heart hammering. I started the engine and drove without looking back. When I reached the first gas station with a phone signal, I called the local sheriff and reported what had happened. They listened, took notes, and assured me they would check the area. I never stayed at that cabin again. Weeks later, I read a small article about a series of break-ins in remote cabins in that county. Nothing violent, but items were stolen and cabins were ransacked. They never caught anyone. I realized how lucky I had been. My sense of adventure had almost put me in serious danger. The experience changed me. I still loved the forest, still sought isolation occasionally, but I never took it for granted. I learned to respect the potential dangers of being alone. I had been planning the trip for months. The cabin was deep in the woods, miles away from any town or even a proper road. I had chosen it because I needed isolation. Not just a quiet weekend, but complete silence, the kind where your own thoughts echo and start to feel strange. I drove the old truck along the narrow forest road, the tires crunching over gravel and fallen leaves, the dense trees arching over me like a tunnel. The sun was already low, orange and heavy in the sky, casting long shadows that moved like living things across the ground. I had packed enough food and water for a week, along with firewood, blankets, a first aid kit, and a hunting knife. I double-checked the map, knowing that GPS wouldn't work out here, and the cabin was in a place that barely had a name. I arrived just as the last light disappeared behind the trees. The cabin looked smaller than I expected, a one-story wooden structure with a tin roof that had rusted in patches. Its walls were covered in weathered boards, some warped by years of rain, and a thin trail of smoke curled from the chimney. I felt a small sense of relief. Someone must have been here recently, keeping the place in some order. I parked the truck under a clump of pines and stepped out, listening to the wind rustle the branches above. The smell of wet earth and pine sap filled the air. I carried my backpack inside, setting it near the doorway, and immediately noticed the cold. Even though it was early fall, the temperature had dropped fast as the sun went down, and the cabin's interior reflected that chill. The walls and floorboards were cold to the touch. I put on a thick sweater and stacked the firewood near the small stone fireplace, lighting it carefully. The smell of burning wood mixed with the damp cabin air, and the soft crackle of flames felt comforting. I explored the cabin. There was a small kitchen with a sink, a stove, and some shelves that still held canned food and old dishes. A single bedroom with a creaky bed frame and thin mattress, and a small bathroom with a rust-stained tub. Nothing luxurious, but enough. I unpacked some food and boiled water for coffee, feeling the first real sense of solitude settle over me. I ate slowly, looking out the window at the dense forest, the blackness creeping among the trees. It was too quiet at first. No crickets, no birds, only the occasional rustle in the underbrush that made me tense. I told myself it was probably a deer or some small animal, but the hairs on my neck refused to lay flat. When night fully came, I lit a few lanterns and sat by the fire. I checked my phone one last time. No signal, just the faint battery icon. I accepted it. This was what I wanted, distance from everything, but the feeling of being watched crept in anyway, subtle and prickly. The first night passed without incident. I woke at 3 a.m. Naturally, the wind pressing against the thin walls of the cabin, making them groan. I listened, lying very still, to the noises outside. Something large moved just past the tree line. I couldn't see it, but I heard the sound of heavy breathing, or maybe it was the wind tricking me. I stayed in bed, not daring to look, telling myself I was imagining things. By morning, the sense of unease had passed, leaving only a dull tension. The next day, I explored the surrounding area. There was a small stream a few hundred meters from the cabin, the water rushing over rocks, clear and cold. I collected some more firewood along the way. The forest was dense, and the trees were close together, making it easy to get disoriented if I wandered too far. I marked my path with small pieces of bark, tying them to low branches so I could find my way back. I noticed that the underbrush was thick in certain areas, almost impassable, and the occasional fallen tree made walking slow and careful. Around mid-afternoon, as I carried wood back, I saw fresh tracks in the mud, large footprints, far bigger than any deer, heading away from the cabin toward the deeper woods. My stomach tightened. Bears were common here, but the size suggested something larger or older than the typical bear. I considered that maybe it was nothing, maybe a large deer or elk, but the size left me uneasy. I made a mental note to keep the cabin doors locked and the fire ready for the night. That night, the wind picked up. The trees banged against each other with loud thumps, shaking loose leaves and small branches. I could hear snapping in the underbrush around the cabin, closer than before. I sat with the fire roaring, scanning the dark through the window, trying to see what was out there. I thought I glimpsed a shadow move past the edge of the clearing. My heart raced, and I gripped the knife in my lap. Hours passed with the occasional rustle and snap, but nothing emerged into view. I told myself to stay calm, that I was overreacting, but sleep was uneasy, broken by sudden flinches at every sound. The following day, I decided to stay closer to the cabin. I didn't want to risk wandering far and getting caught in whatever might be out there. I brought food and water inside and stacked more wood for the fire. Around noon, I noticed signs of disturbance near the back of the cabin. Small claw marks on the wooden boards, and the dirt nearby seemed scuffed, as if something had been pacing. I felt trapped. The peaceful isolation I had sought had turned into a cage, and every sound felt threatening. The wind didn't help, moving through the trees in strange gusts that made the branches look like moving figures. I tried to keep busy, cleaning and organizing supplies, forcing myself to move as if everything were normal. But the awareness of being watched never left me. By the third night, the tension became unbearable. I was hyper-aware of every noise, every shadow. Around midnight, I heard heavy breathing outside, slow and deliberate, circling the cabin. My first thought was a bear, and I checked my supplies. I had a gun in the glove compartment of the truck, but it was too far to reach quietly without alerting whoever or whatever was outside. I sat in the corner of the cabin, near the fire, with my knife in hand, trying to steady my breathing. The sound went on for hours, moving back and forth around the perimeter. At one point, something banged against the cabin wall, loud and heavy, making me flinch violently. My first instinct was to run to the truck, but I didn't want to step into the darkness outside. I stayed low, heart hammering, until the sound faded with the early morning light. The next day, I realized that staying was no longer safe. I packed essential items quickly, leaving most of my supplies behind, and moved toward the truck. Every step felt dangerous, every shadow a threat. I had noticed strange marks on the trees, like someone or something had been watching the cabin for days. The tracks from before seemed to multiply, circling closer to the road. My hands shook as I loaded the backpack into the truck, my mind racing with every possible outcome. I started the engine, keeping the lights low, and slowly eased onto the gravel road, the tires crunching loudly in the silence. I glanced in the rearview mirror constantly, feeling eyes on me from the tree line. The forest seemed alive, moving, waiting. I didn't stop until the tree line began to thin and the road widened, until I could see the distant glow of a town. Only then did I exhale, slowly, my hands loosening on the wheel. By the time I reached the nearest gas station and bought a map, the sun was fully up. I realized how vulnerable I had been, how close I might have been to something dangerous I didn't fully understand. I told no one where I had been, only that I had spent a few nights at a cabin in the woods. The experience stayed with me, a sharp, lingering memory of fear and isolation. I learned the hard way that nature isn't always peaceful, that solitude can quickly turn into danger, and that sometimes the scariest things aren't ghosts or monsters. They're just the unknown, real and heavy, watching from the shadows. I never returned to that cabin. I still think about it sometimes, about the marks, the breathing in the night, the way the forest seemed to close in around me. But I also learned to respect it, to prepare, to be aware. That trip changed the way I see isolation and safety forever. I never imagined that a quiet weekend in a remote cabin could turn into one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. And yet, there I was, locked in a situation that seemed impossible to escape. I had been looking forward to this trip for months. The idea was simple: disconnect from everything, leave the city behind, and spend a few days alone in the woods. The cabin was small, built decades ago, and tucked away on the side of a hill far from the main road. It had electricity and running water, but nothing beyond the basics. No internet, no cell reception, just the cabin, the forest, and me. The drive had been long, over 2 hours on a narrow dirt road that twisted and turned through dense forest. I remember noticing how quiet everything became as I left the last patch of paved road behind. The air felt heavier, almost still, and the only sounds were the tires crunching over gravel and the occasional distant call of a bird. When I finally arrived, The cabin looked exactly as it had in the pictures. Weathered wood, a small porch, and a stone chimney that had clearly seen many winters. I parked my car and took a long moment to look around. The forest was thick, the trees close together, their trunks straight and gray, their branches creating a canopy that blocked most of the sunlight. There was a narrow trail leading down a small slope, which I assumed went toward the nearby stream mentioned in the rental description. Inside, the cabin was cramped but cozy. A small kitchen area had a sink, a tiny stove, and a few cupboards stocked with basic supplies. The living area had a worn couch, a small table, and a wood stove in the corner. Upstairs, a narrow staircase led to a loft with a simple bed. I unpacked my things quickly, trying not to dwell on how isolated I was. I had chosen this spot specifically because I wanted to be alone, but as I hung up my coat and set down my backpack, an odd feeling crept in, a subtle sense of being watched, though there was no one around. The first day passed slowly. I explored the nearby area, walked down the trail to the stream, and even climbed a small hill that gave a view of the surrounding forest. The quiet was unlike anything I had experienced in the city. There was no traffic, no background hum of electronics, just the rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig under my boots. As the sun began to set, I returned to the cabin, lit the stove, and prepared a simple meal. The darkness fell quickly, and by the time I finished eating, the forest outside was almost pitch black. I went to bed early, thinking that the solitude would feel peaceful. But as I lay in the loft, listening to the wind moving through the trees, a low, unsettling anxiety settled in. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to a faint noise. At first, I thought it was the wind, but then I realized it was something else. A soft scraping, like fingernails or claws moving across wood. My heart rate spiked and I lay perfectly still, listening. The sound stopped, but the unease lingered. I told myself it was probably a branch brushing against the cabin or an animal outside. Still, sleep was impossible after that. Every small creak of the floorboards made me tense. Every whisper of wind felt like it was moving closer. The next morning, I found small signs that something had been around the cabin. A few footprints in the dirt near the porch didn't match any shoes I owned. They were human-like, though smaller, almost like a teenager or a small adult. My mind tried to rationalize it. Maybe a hiker had passed by. The trail was close after all, but there was no other sign of passage, and the footprints seemed to appear out of nowhere. I spent the day trying to ignore it, doing small chores and preparing food, but a gnawing fear followed me wherever I went. By the second night, the noises became more frequent. Scratches at the windows, the sound of something moving outside the cabin, heavy steps circling it slowly. I stopped trying to sleep and stayed awake on the couch, listening and peering out through the blinds. The forest was dark, the trees casting long shadows in the moonlight. Every sound was amplified. A branch snapping sounded like a tree falling. A rustle of leaves sounded like someone walking through thick brush. Around midnight, I caught movement outside. A figure, blurry and distant, crouching near the edge of the forest, watching. I froze, my mind racing, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. Then it moved quickly back into the shadows. Panic set in. I felt trapped, realizing that the isolation I had sought now made me vulnerable. I thought about leaving, but the dirt road was long, narrow, and winding. At night, visibility was almost zero, and without my car keys, which were inside the cabin, I had no way to reach it safely. I barricaded the door with a chair, double-checked the windows, and kept a heavy flashlight nearby. I didn't sleep at all that night, instead keeping watch and trying to listen for any sign of someone approaching. The next day, I considered calling for help, but my phone had no signal. I hiked down the trail to a higher point, hoping for a signal on the hilltop. The forest was thick, the underbrush making movement slow and exhausting. Sweat ran down my face, and my arms ached from pushing through branches. When I finally reached a small clearing, my phone still showed no bars. Panic returned stronger than before. I had to find a way out, but every path seemed to circle back to the cabin. I walked for hours, noting landmarks, trying to memorize a route that could lead me back safely. all the while feeling the weight of the unseen presence that had been following me since I arrived. By the third night, I was almost completely worn down. My food supply was low, the stove had run out of wood, and the anxiety had grown into full-blown fear. The noises outside the cabin intensified. Scratches, footsteps, whispers carried on the wind. I began hearing the crunch of gravel near the porch, slow and deliberate. I stayed completely still, listening, trying to calm my shaking hands. Then I heard it. Someone trying the door handle. I froze, heart hammering. Whoever it was didn't force the door but was testing it, waiting for a response. My mind raced. I remembered the small trap I had learned about from a survival guide, a makeshift barricade using heavy furniture. I pushed the couch against the door, wedged a chair behind it, and held my breath. Hours passed. Daylight finally came, faint and gray, filtering through the trees. I was exhausted, dehydrated, and nearly trembling with every movement. I dared to peek out the window. There was nothing there, no footprints, no signs of passage except the faint impression of disturbed leaves near the porch. I didn't wait. I packed whatever supplies I had left, including the remaining food and water, and made a careful plan to leave the cabin and reach the main road. The hike back was grueling. Every step felt like a test, and the forest seemed to stretch endlessly. I followed the trail I had memorized, trying not to make any noise, constantly glancing over my shoulder. About halfway, I spotted something that made my stomach drop, a set of footprints running parallel to mine, following the same path, just in the shadows. My pace quickened, and adrenaline surged. I ran, dodging branches and roots, and pushed my body beyond exhaustion. Hours later, I finally broke through the tree line and reached the gravel road. Relief flooded me as I saw a car approaching in the distance. I waved frantically, and the driver slowed, stopping beside me. I explained my situation as best I could, though I could barely speak. The driver offered to take me back to the nearest town, and I accepted immediately, collapsing into the seat as soon as the car moved. Back in town, the police listened to my story. They checked the area around the cabin, and while they found some evidence of recent trespass, footprints, disturbed soil, they didn't find anyone. They warned me that the area was known for occasional break-ins, and that I had probably been followed by someone familiar with the woods. I realized then how vulnerable I had been, isolated and without help. Weeks later, I returned home, shaken but safe. The experience stayed with me for months. Every sound in my apartment at night, every creak of the floor, made my heart race. But I had learned something important. The world could be quiet and beautiful and terrifying all at once, and solitude, while peaceful, could also expose vulnerabilities you never imagined. I never went back to that cabin. The experience changed me. I became more cautious, more aware of my surroundings, and more respectful of the unpredictability of nature and human behavior. The cabin, once a dream of peaceful isolation, had shown me how quickly solitude could turn into fear, how a place could feel both safe and threatening in the span of hours. And while I never saw the person who had followed me again, the memory of those nights, the constant scraping, the deliberate footsteps, the shadows watching remained vivid. I survived because I stayed alert, because I adapted, and because I refused to give up hope. It ended with me walking back to civilization, exhausted but alive, and with a deep understanding of how quickly peace could become peril. I had been looking forward to this trip for months, ever since I found the small, secluded cabin listed online. It was in the northern forests, far from the roads, far from the noise in the city, and the idea of spending a week alone, just me and the forest, had seemed like the perfect escape. I had always loved isolation, the kind that forced you to confront your own thoughts, your own presence in the world. The cabin's listing showed a small wooden structure, dark stained logs, a stone chimney curling smoke in a distant winter sky. There were pictures of the surrounding area, dense trees, a small creek winding through the forest, a dirt path leading up to the cabin. It looked peaceful, untouched, promised solitude, and I wanted it. The drive there had taken longer than I expected. My GPS had led me down a series of unpaved roads that narrowed to rutted trails, and eventually, I had to park the car and hike the last half-mile along a path that was little more than a foot-wide track winding through thick pine and spruce. My backpack was heavy with supplies. Enough food for the week, a large first aid kit, a few basic tools, and, tucked carefully in one corner, a hunting knife I had bought at a local sporting goods store. I didn't expect trouble, but I knew being alone in the forest meant being self-reliant. By the time I reached the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, pouring a warm golden light across the trees. The forest smelled damp and rich, the air heavy with the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. The cabin itself was exactly as it had appeared online. The logs were dark, almost black in places, and the roof sagged slightly at the edges. I opened the creaking wooden door and stepped inside. The cabin smelled faintly of smoke and old wood, and the air was cold, even though the afternoon sun had been warm. Dust motes floated in the shafts of light that came through the small, grimy windows. The interior was bare but serviceable. A small kitchen area with a sink, a propane stove, a single wooden table, and a couple of chairs. There was a small living area with a rickety couch and an old armchair, and a wood-burning stove in the corner with a stack of logs neatly arranged next to it. I spent the first hour unpacking, setting up my sleeping bag in the corner of the room, stacking firewood, and arranging my supplies. There was no phone signal here, none at all, and I knew I would have to rely entirely on myself. I liked the thought. The quiet was absolute. When I stepped outside, I could hear nothing but the wind rustling through the trees and the occasional bird call. It was serene, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're the only person left on Earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I built a fire in the stove, the flames casting flickering shadows across the cabin walls. I ate a simple dinner of canned beans and bread, washing it down with water from my bottle. The night crept in quickly. The forest around me became an impenetrable black wall, and the cabin felt small and fragile against the vastness outside. I lay in my sleeping bag, listening to the sounds of the forest, the distant snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the hollow calls of owls. None of it was threatening, not yet. The first night passed uneventfully, though I woke several times to the noises outside. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping branch, made my heart jump for a moment. By morning, I had convinced myself that most of it was just the forest settling, animals moving about. I spent the day exploring a small trail leading down to the creek, collecting firewood, and taking mental notes of the cabin's surroundings. I wanted to know exactly what was around me to anticipate any possible danger. The isolation was peaceful, but there was also a tension in it, a need to be alert. By the third night, the forest had settled into a rhythm I could almost understand. The wind came and went in gusts, owls hooted at regular intervals, and squirrels darted through the underbrush during the day. But it was during that night that things began to feel different. I had gone to bed later than usual, the fire dying down in the stove. Around midnight, I woke to a sound I hadn't expected, a low, dragging noise outside the cabin. It wasn't like the usual rustling of animals. It was heavier, deliberate, and it moved slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. My first thought was a large animal, maybe a deer or a bear, but the sound didn't match anything I knew. Bears didn't drag their feet in the snow like that, and deer certainly didn't move in a methodical, cautious manner. I lay still, listening, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound moved closer to the cabin, circling around. I could hear it bump lightly against the side of the cabin, scraping something against the wood. My stomach tightened. I was completely alone. The thought of anyone, or anything, outside, just beyond the fragile walls, made a knot of fear twist in my chest. I reached for the knife beside my sleeping bag, gripping it tightly, trying to steady my breathing. I waited for what felt like hours, each minute stretching into eternity. Finally, the sound stopped. I told myself it was an animal, something that had caught my attention and moved on. By the time dawn broke, I was exhausted, but I forced myself to get up, light the stove, and make coffee. I walked around the cabin, inspecting the perimeter. The ground was soft from rain earlier in the week, and there were footprints. Not animal tracks, human, barefoot or wearing very thin-soled shoes. They were smeared in the mud and circled the cabin. My heart sank. I hadn't seen anyone else on the trail, and there was no other access to the cabin except the narrow path I had hiked in on. Whoever had been outside had approached the cabin, walked around it, and left without me noticing. The rest of that day passed in a haze of anxiety. I double-checked my supplies, reinforced the cabin door with a heavy chair, and considered my options. I could leave, hike back the way I came, but that would mean passing whoever or whatever had been outside. I stayed inside, pacing the cabin, keeping the fire going, trying to convince myself it was just a one-time intrusion. Night fell again, and with it came the same dragging sounds, louder this time, more confident. I realized I was dealing with a person, someone who had been watching the cabin, learning its routines. Panic and rational thinking collided. I couldn't see anything outside, and I couldn't call for help. The nearest ranger station was miles away. I had to rely on myself. I spent the night listening, noting patterns, and keeping the knife within reach. When the dragging stopped briefly, I cautiously opened a window just enough to see outside. A shadow moved past the trees, fleeting and quick. My heart pounded. I stayed awake all night, every sense straining, ready for any movement. The next morning, I decided I couldn't wait passively. I gathered heavy sticks and rocks, prepared improvised weapons, and reinforced the door and windows as best I could. I stayed alert, observing any movement outside. I realized this person, whoever they were, didn't seem aggressive yet. They hadn't tried to enter, but they were testing me, gauging my reaction. By the third day, I noticed something else. The intruder had left marks on the cabin walls outside, scratches and small carvings I couldn't make sense of. They were not threatening messages, not words, but symbols, lines, slashes, as if testing my awareness or leaving some kind of trail for themselves. I had to be smarter. I spent hours thinking, planning, making sure I knew exactly what I would do if someone tried to force their way in. The nights were worse than the days. The sounds outside never ceased, and sleep became impossible. I barely ate, conserving energy, and spent hours watching, listening, learning the patterns of whoever was outside. I realized that the person was no longer just observing. They were learning me, learning my routines. I could sense it in the timing, in the way the noises shifted whenever I moved in the cabin. On the fifth night, it escalated. There was a loud banging on the door. Someone was testing it, seeing how much force it could take. My adrenaline spiked. I held the knife, backed against the wall, and waited. The banging stopped after a few moments, then silence. I knew they would return. I stayed awake the entire night, fully alert, every nerve on edge. At dawn, I made a decision. I could no longer stay put. I gathered my supplies, took my knife, and prepared to leave. I had studied the path in carefully. There was a section of the trail where the trees were thicker, where I could move more quickly and quietly. I waited until mid-morning, when the sun was high, hoping that daylight would reduce the risk. I started hiking back along the path, moving quickly but carefully. The forest seemed to close in around me, shadows shifting, every sound amplified. My heart raced with every snap of a branch. I didn't look back. I couldn't afford to. After nearly 2 hours of tense hiking, I reached the point where I had parked my car. Relief washed over me. There was no one in sight. I opened the door, started the engine, and drove away, never taking my eyes off the road. I didn't stop until I reached the main highway. I reported the incident to the local authorities, giving them the location of the cabin and describing the I remember the first time I arrived at the cabin. It was tucked deep into the forest, farther than any GPS had claimed I would go, down a narrow, unmarked dirt road that turned to gravel and then to a barely discernible path lined with fallen pine needles. The air smelled of wet earth and decomposing leaves, a dense, musky scent that made me pull my jacket tighter around my shoulders even though the day was warm. I had chosen this cabin thinking I needed isolation, a way to escape the constant hum of my city life. No neighbors, no internet, no distractions. Just me, a few supplies, and miles of wilderness. The cabin itself was small but sturdy, a simple wooden structure with a steeply pitched roof and a single stone chimney. The wood had faded over the years, some of it gray from weather, some still brown in patches, and the windows were slightly fogged, their panes streaked with rainwater. It wasn't the kind of place that invited guests. It was utilitarian, built for survival, not comfort, but that was exactly what I wanted. I parked my old Jeep at the edge of the clearing and carried my bags to the cabin, each step crunching loudly on the fallen needles, echoing strangely through the silent forest. By the time I reached the porch, I was already aware of how isolated I truly was. Inside, the cabin smelled faintly of mold and old wood. Dust coated the corners of the room, and cobwebs hung like fine curtains in the beams near the ceiling. The furniture was sparse. A wooden table with a couple of chairs, a small cot pushed against the far wall, a wood stove that had obviously not been used in months. There was a small cabinet in the corner with a few dishes, and in the kitchen, I found a stack of firewood piled neatly against the wall. The windows offered glimpses of the forest outside, where the trees stood silent and motionless, a wall of green and brown that felt impenetrable. The first night, I made a fire in the stove. The sound of the crackling flames filled the cabin, a fragile sense of warmth and security against the darkness pressing in from outside. I unpacked my supplies carefully, organizing food, water, and tools, trying to create a sense of order in the strange, quiet space. Outside, the wind rustled the treetops, and sometimes a branch would snap somewhere in the distance, making me flinch. I told myself it was just animals, deer, raccoons, or squirrels, but the sounds made my heart race, reminded me that I was alone, completely alone. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak of the cabin, every sound of the forest seemed amplified at night. I would wake, heart pounding, convinced I had heard footsteps on the porch or the faint scrape of claws against the wooden walls. But when I opened my eyes, all I saw was darkness and the pale glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. Eventually, exhaustion claimed me, and I drifted into a restless sleep, waking often to the same unfamiliar, unsettling sounds. The next morning, I decided to explore the area around the cabin. The forest was thick, and the path I had driven in on quickly disappeared behind the trees. The ground was uneven, littered with rocks and roots, and in places, it gave way to steep inclines and moss-covered slopes. I followed a narrow deer trail at first, fascinated by the way the sunlight pierced through the canopy in scattered beams, lighting up patches of ferns and wildflowers. But soon, I realized that I had wandered far from the cabin, further than I had intended. The trees all looked the same, and without any markers, it was easy to lose your bearings. I returned to the cabin before dusk, but as I walked through the clearing, I noticed something strange. Footprints. They were fresh, pressed deeply into the soft soil, heading toward the cabin from the far side of the trees. I froze, staring at them, heart thudding. They were not mine, and judging by their size and the stride, they belonged to an adult. Whoever had made them had come very close to my cabin, possibly watched it for a while, and I realized then that the isolation I had sought could be dangerous. The thought made my stomach twist, a sickening fear settling in. I debated calling someone, but I had no cell signal, nothing but the faint hope that I was imagining things. That night, I stayed near the stove, firewood stacked within reach, a hatchet beside me on the floor. Every sound felt magnified. The wind, the trees, the distant crack of a branch. All of it seemed like movement around the cabin. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting, but the footprints lingered in my mind, a persistent shadow that refused to fade. Hours passed slowly. Eventually, I dozed fitfully, only to wake in the middle of the night to a loud knock on the cabin door. My body froze, every instinct screaming at me to stay quiet. I didn't move, listening. There was a pause, then another knock, louder this time. Whoever it was seemed to be testing me, trying to gauge whether the cabin was occupied. I knew I had to act carefully. I didn't have a phone, no way to call for help, and the Jeep was parked too far away for a quick escape. So I stayed low, keeping to the shadows near the stove, watching the door. The knocking stopped after a few tense minutes, replaced by silence. The forest seemed to inhale around me, a heavy, oppressive stillness. I didn't sleep again that night, instead sitting with my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the door, listening to every sound. Morning came slowly. The sunlight felt unreal after the darkness, almost sharp as it cut through the windows. I inspected the area around the cabin and found more footprints. Smaller this time, maybe a child or someone trying to be quiet, crisscrossing around the perimeter. Panic and dread washed over me. I realized then that I could not remain passive. I had to plan, had to ensure I could survive whatever was happening. I spent the next few hours fortifying the cabin as best I could. I moved furniture to block the door, stacked firewood higher along the walls, and checked the windows for weaknesses. I made a basic weapon from a metal rod I found near the woodpile, sharpening one end as best as I could. Every step was careful, deliberate, my mind racing with possibilities. Whoever had been outside could return at any moment, and I needed a plan for defense or escape. The next night was the worst. I heard movement again, footsteps circling the cabin, stopping and starting, sometimes slow, sometimes quick. Shadows danced across the walls as the wind shifted, and I couldn't tell if they were trees or a person. Hours passed in this heightened state, every sense alert. I realized that staying in one place was dangerous. If the person or people outside decided to break in, I would be trapped. I considered leaving the cabin, heading into the forest, but the thought was terrifying. The forest was vast, and I didn't know where I was. At some point, in the early hours before dawn, I heard the most chilling sound, the scraping of metal against wood. Someone had found a way to test the door or window, trying to pry it open. I tightened my grip on the rod, heart hammering. Then came a scream, a sudden, raw sound that seemed to echo from far in the forest, but close enough to make my skin crawl. Whoever was outside had made noise, maybe startled themselves, maybe trying to scare me. I didn't wait. I ran to the window on the opposite side of the cabin, grabbed my bag with essentials, and slipped quietly into the forest. The forest that day felt alive with danger. Every branch snapped. Every rustle of leaves seemed amplified. I moved as quickly and quietly as I could, avoiding open spaces and sticking to dense undergrowth. Hours passed. My legs burned, and my lungs felt like they were on fire, but I forced myself to keep going. I didn't look back, didn't stop for rest until I reached a stream I had noticed on my first day. Water meant a possible path, and following it seemed safer than trying to navigate blindly through the forest. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled onto a service road, an old, barely used dirt path. Following it, I eventually reached a small town miles away, exhausted, dirty, and trembling. I found a payphone and called the authorities, explaining my situation. They sent a search team back to the cabin. Later, I learned that the footprints and activity around my cabin had been from a group of people living illegally in the forest, scavenging and sometimes approaching outsiders to steal supplies. The cabin was safe once the authorities cleared the area, but I knew I would never go back. The entire experience left me shaken. I had sought isolation and found danger in its purest form. I realized that being alone in the wilderness carried risks I had underestimated. Survival was not just about skills or preparation. It was about awareness, vigilance, and sometimes sheer luck. I never returned to that cabin, but I kept the memory vividly, a constant reminder of how quickly ordinary life could turn terrifying when the rules of civilization no longer applied. I had been driving all day, the sun already low on the horizon, when I finally turned off the main road and onto the gravel track that would lead me to the cabin I had rented for the week. The GPS signal was patchy, bouncing between strong and non-existent, and the map on my phone looked more like a rough sketch than a guide. The air was cooler here than I expected, and a faint mist hung over the trees lining the road. The tires crunched over gravel and fallen leaves, and I found myself gripping the wheel a little tighter than usual, a mixture of fatigue and a creeping unease I couldn't quite name. The cabin came into view slowly, hidden behind a thicket of birch and pine, its dark wooden exterior blending seamlessly into the surroundings. The roof was slightly sagging, and the windows reflected the dimming light like dull mirrors. Despite its isolated appearance, The place had been advertised as perfect for a quiet, peaceful getaway, and I had been drawn to it for exactly that reason. As I pulled into the small clearing in front, the gravel lot gave way to patches of grass and mud. I killed the engine, and the sudden silence was more profound than I had expected. No cars, no distant hum of civilization, just the soft whisper of wind through the trees and the occasional crack of a branch settling in the cooling air. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my boots, and stretched my legs, taking in the surroundings. The first thing I noticed about the cabin itself was the smell. Musty, like wood that had been sealed in too long without ventilation. The door was heavy, made of thick timber, and it resisted slightly when I pushed it open. Inside, the air was cooler, damp in a way that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Dust motes floated in the slanted light coming through the windows. The interior was modest. A small kitchen area, a living space with a stone fireplace, and a loft bedroom above. The furniture was simple, worn, but serviceable. There were no signs of anyone having been there recently, except for the faint smell of someone having smoked in the living room long ago, lingering in the corners. I set down my bag and walked through the space slowly, checking the windows and doors, noting which locks worked and which didn't. The back door to the small porch creaked loudly when I pushed it, and I had to brace myself to keep it from slamming. As the sun dipped lower, the cabin filled with shadows, stretching the corners into unfamiliar shapes. I moved to light the fireplace, the wood dry and brittle, the kind that seemed like it would ignite quickly or snap under the wrong touch. The first spark caught, then the small flames licked upward, giving the room a warm, flickering glow. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling the trees in uneven waves. Every time a branch scraped against the cabin, I felt a spike of tension, a reminder of just how alone I was. I told myself it was normal, that I was safe, but the thought didn't fully settle. There was a rhythm to the sounds outside that made me hyper-aware of the isolation. The occasional rustle in the underbrush, the distant cry of a bird, even the sound of the gravel at the edge of the clearing shifting. It all seemed louder and sharper than it should. I spent the next hour unpacking, arranging my supplies, checking the small propane heater, and filling a bucket with water from the tap in the kitchen. It had a metallic taste, but it was clean enough. I had brought food, mostly canned goods and a few fresh items, along with a small stash of firewood stacked neatly beside the cabin. I double-checked my flashlight and headlamp, making sure the batteries were fully charged. By the time I climbed into the loft to settle down for the night, darkness had fully settled over the forest. The cabin was now a pocket of light amid a vast expanse of black. I lay awake for a while, listening to the sounds of the wind and trees, counting my breaths as I tried to calm the creeping anxiety. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a restless sleep, dreams punctuated by flashes of shadow and movement at the edge of my vision. Morning arrived with a pale, diffused light filtering through the trees. The wind had died down, leaving the forest eerily quiet. I made coffee and bread in the small kitchen, the smell of brewing coffee mingling with the wood smoke from the fireplace. Outside, the cabin appeared almost tranquil, the trees standing still, the ground covered in fallen leaves. I told myself I was safe, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. I spent the day exploring the immediate area around the cabin, staying close to the path I had followed in. The forest was dense, with uneven ground, thick underbrush, and roots that could trip the unwary. Birds flitted through the branches, and small animals scurried in the leaves. But the deeper I went, the quieter it became, until it felt like the forest was swallowing sound itself. I marked my path with small sticks and stones to ensure I could find my way back, aware that getting lost here could be a real danger. By late afternoon, I returned to the cabin, a little muddy, my arms scratched from branches and brambles. I carried firewood in, stacking it carefully beside the fireplace. As the day faded, I noticed how quickly shadows crept across the cabin walls, how the corners seemed to hold shapes that weren't there in daylight. I kept the fire going, keeping the glow bright, and I settled into a routine of checking the locks, ensuring doors were secure, and listening to the subtle changes in the forest. It was during the second night that the unease became more pronounced. I was lying in the loft, the fire low but still glowing, when I heard a sound outside. A crunch of gravel, deliberate, like someone stepping carefully but purposefully. I froze, straining my ears. The sound stopped, then came again, closer this time, from the edge of the clearing. My heart hammered in my chest. I told myself it was probably an animal, a deer or some other forest creature. But instinctively, I knew the rhythm of the steps wasn't natural. I stayed perfectly still, listening. There was a pause, then a faint dragging sound, something scraping against the ground. My mind raced through possibilities, all of them making my stomach tighten. I grabbed my flashlight and quietly climbed down to the main floor, careful not to make any noise. The cabin door faced the clearing, and I moved slowly to the window, shining the light outside. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the forest edge, but nothing was there. No movement, no figure, just the swaying branches and the thick shadows. I backed away from the window, trying to calm my nerves. The cabin was locked, the fire providing some warmth, some comfort. But the sound had left an imprint, a sense of someone or something being there, just beyond reach. The rest of the night passed in tense silence. Every snap of a branch, every rustle of leaves, made me flinch. I slept in fits, waking at the slightest sound. The forest alive with subtle, ominous movement that felt purposeful and directed at me. The following day, I explored further from the cabin, but not too far. I found a small creek, the water clear and cold, running over rocks and fallen branches. I filled a bottle and drank, feeling the chill wake me up, but the unease lingered. The isolation was no longer just a matter of loneliness. It felt like the forest itself had a presence, a watchful patience. I thought about leaving, but the cabin was rented, and I had come here for a week to be alone, to experience the forest. I told myself I could handle it, but the gnawing tension in my chest did not ease. That night, I heard it again. Footsteps, slow, measured, circling the clearing. I stayed perfectly still, crouched near the window, the flashlight in hand, my breathing controlled. I could see faint shadows shifting through the trees, elongated by the firelight. I didn't call for help. There was no one to call. The nearest town was miles away, and even if someone came, I knew the approach would take hours. The realization of my complete isolation sank in a heavy, suffocating weight. I decided then that I needed a plan. I went through the cabin carefully, checking every door and window, moving furniture to block easy access points, and placing heavy objects near the entrances. I gathered all tools I had: an axe, a hunting knife, a flashlight with extra batteries, and kept them within arm's reach. I would not be caught off guard again. The fire remained burning, casting tall, flickering shadows across the cabin. But I stayed alert, listening, waiting for the next sound. Hours passed, each one stretching longer than the last. The steps returned, again circling the clearing, slow and deliberate. I stayed crouched, silent, heart hammering. Eventually, the sounds faded, leaving only the wind and the occasional snap of a branch. I didn't sleep that night, instead taking shifts pacing the cabin, listening to every sound, scanning the darkened woods. Dawn finally arrived, pale and gray, illuminating the clearing and bringing a sense of relief so intense it almost brought me to tears. The rest of the week passed with the same cautious rhythm. I ventured further during daylight, always keeping track of I had always liked the idea of being alone in the woods, away from everything, with nothing but the sounds of the trees and the wind to keep me company. I had found a small cabin online, off the beaten path, advertised as remote, quiet, and untouched. It was far enough from towns that I would need a full day to reach it from the nearest city, but the pictures looked perfect. A modest, wooden cabin nestled between tall pines, with a small creek running nearby, a stone fireplace, and a small porch that looked out over the forest. It seemed like exactly the kind of place where I could clear my mind and spend a few days alone, hiking, reading, and thinking. I had planned the trip for weeks, gathering supplies, making sure my car was in good condition, and packing enough food, water, and fuel for the fireplace. I had no real plan for anything else. I just wanted to be alone. The drive to the cabin was long. I left early in the morning before sunrise, and the roads were nearly empty. The highway ran through rolling hills and forests, and as I drove further, the trees grew taller and thicker. The sun rose slowly, casting long shadows across the fields and the road, and I felt a strange thrill at leaving the city behind. By midday, the paved roads had ended, replaced by gravel and dirt. My car bounced over ruts and potholes, and I had to slow down for fallen branches and occasional puddles from the previous night's rain. The GPS signal kept cutting in and out, but I had printed maps as a backup, and I followed them carefully. Eventually, after hours of winding roads, I reached a small clearing where the cabin stood. It was exactly as it appeared online. Small, old wooden, with a stone chimney and a porch that overlooked the surrounding forest. The air smelled of pine and damp earth. Birds called occasionally, and the creek ran with a quiet, constant sound. I parked my car and stepped out, stretching my legs. The cabin had a lockbox with the key, which I retrieved without trouble, and once inside, I took a deep breath of the dusty, wood-smelling air. It was perfect. I spent the first few hours unpacking, arranging my things, lighting the fireplace, and exploring the surrounding area. The forest was thick but navigable. There were deer tracks along the creek, and I spotted small birds and squirrels. The isolation felt good. I hiked a little, taking mental notes of the trails, and found a flat area near the creek that would be perfect for sitting and reading. The sun set quietly, and I lit a small lantern inside the cabin, letting the warm glow fill the room. I had eaten a simple meal and cleaned up, and then I sat by the fireplace, reading a book, listening to the sounds of the night. The first night passed uneventfully. I slept in a creaking bed, listening to the wind in the trees and the occasional snap of a branch. It was comforting in a way, the kind of sound that reminded me I was alive and alone in a quiet world. The next morning, I woke early and went outside to watch the mist rising off the creek. I made coffee on the small stove and ate a simple breakfast. I spent the day hiking deeper into the forest, following animal trails and small paths I found. I carried a backpack with water, snacks, a first aid kit, and a map, making sure to mark my route in my notebook. The second night, the wind was stronger. It rattled the windows and made the trees groan. I kept the fire going, adding wood every hour or so, and double-checked that the doors and windows were locked. The cabin felt safe, but I felt a slight unease I couldn't quite name. There was no one around, no sound of cars or voices, just the wind, the creek, and the occasional animal moving through the forest. I tried to ignore it and focused on the book I had brought. Eventually, I fell asleep, the fire dwindling to embers. The third day was when things started to feel wrong. I had planned a longer hike, further into the forest, following a trail I had noticed the day before. I left early, carrying my pack and a small hatchet in case I needed to clear branches or make a temporary shelter. The forest was denser here, with moss-covered rocks and fallen trees. The sunlight barely reached the ground. As I hiked, I noticed the trail splitting in ways I didn't remember seeing before. I checked my map and GPS, but the signal was weak, and the paper map was hard to read under the canopy. I tried to mark my route, but soon I realized I had lost sight of familiar landmarks. The further I went, the more the forest seemed the same in every direction. Tall trees, thick undergrowth, and shadows that didn't seem to move. By late afternoon, I was unsure of my location. I stopped to drink water and tried to retrace my steps, but everything looked different. The sun was lowering, and I realized I was far from the cabin. Panic rose briefly, but I forced myself to stay calm. I knew I had enough daylight and supplies to last the night if I needed to, but I also knew that spending a night in the forest without proper shelter would be difficult. I found a small clearing and decided to rest. The ground was damp, and I could hear the creek far away, but it was quiet. I checked my bag: water, some protein bars, a small flashlight, matches, and the hatchet, enough to survive a night if necessary. As the sun set, the forest changed. Shadows stretched across the trees, and unfamiliar noises came from every direction. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, something heavy moving far away. I tried to identify the sounds, telling myself they were deer or raccoons, but the longer I listened, the more unnerving it became. Every so often, I thought I saw movement between the trees, a dark shape that vanished when I looked directly. My mind started to race, imagining things I knew weren't there, but still the unease persisted. I decided I had to get back to the cabin before it was completely dark. I set off carefully, trying to follow the faint path I had taken, but soon it became clear I was disoriented. The forest looked exactly the same in every direction, and the sun had dropped below the horizon, leaving only the dim light of twilight. My flashlight barely penetrated the darkness, casting long, trembling shadows. I kept moving, using the creek as a reference point, hoping it would lead me back to the cabin. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen, hearing the forest alive with the sounds of nocturnal animals. I felt a strange pressure in my chest, a mixture of fear and adrenaline, but I forced myself to focus on one step at a time. Hours seemed to pass. I stumbled over roots and rocks, scratched my arms on branches, and my flashlight flickered several times. At one point, I thought I saw a figure standing between the trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. My mind was exhausted, my legs ached, and I realized I had no idea which direction the cabin was. I stopped and tried to remember any landmarks I had seen earlier, but everything blended together. I decided I had to stay put for a while, conserve energy, and wait for a better sense of direction. I sat on a fallen log, leaning against a tree, and tried to calm my breathing. Then I heard something closer, a low sound, like footsteps, but not quite human. My heart raced. I held the hatchet ready, scanning the darkness with my flashlight. The sound stopped, and the forest returned to silence. I reminded myself it was probably an animal, maybe a deer or a bear moving far away, but the fear lingered. I realized I had to move before I froze in place, so I picked a direction that seemed to slope downward, reasoning that the creek should lead me back to the cabin. Slowly, carefully, I moved, taking small steps and listening constantly. Finally, just before midnight, I heard the creek more clearly. The sound was faint, but it was unmistakable. I followed it, moving through dense undergrowth, tripping and scratching myself repeatedly. The creek led me over rocks and around fallen trees, and I realized I had been walking in circles several times, but now I had a reference point. Exhausted, soaked from sweat and dew, and with minor cuts and bruises, I followed the creek as it curved toward the area where I remembered the cabin being. Around 2 a.m., I finally saw a faint silhouette of the cabin through the trees. Relief washed over me like a wave. I hurried, carefully avoiding roots and rocks, and finally reached the porch. My hands shook as I unlocked the door and stepped inside. I dropped my backpack, checked the cabin quickly for anything broken or misplaced, and then lit the fireplace. I sat on the floor in front of the warm fire, feeling tears of relief streaming down my face. The fear and exhaustion were overwhelming, but I was safe. I spent the rest of the night wrapped in a blanket, listening to the fire crackle, letting the adrenaline fade. In the morning, I checked the surrounding area carefully, making sure I had a clear understanding of the trails and landmarks. I marked them in my notebook and made a plan. No more long hikes without a solid sense of direction, extra supplies, and a compass. The next few days, I stayed close to the cabin, exploring only familiar trails, fixing minor repairs, and enjoying the quiet forest without venturing too far. When it came time to leave, I had been looking forward to this trip for months, craving the silence and solitude of the forest. The cabin was tucked deep in the mountains, far from any road that would see regular traffic, and it promised exactly what I wanted: isolation. I packed my car meticulously, making sure I had enough food, water, and supplies to last a week. I had checked the weather, packed extra blankets, and even brought a small wood stove for warmth. The drive was long, winding through narrow, uneven roads that felt more like trails than highways. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, the shadows stretched across the trees, making the woods look denser, almost impenetrable. When I finally arrived, the cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by towering pines and thick underbrush. It was old but sturdy, built from rough-hewn logs that had darkened over time. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, and the porch creaked underfoot. I carried in my bags, stacking firewood in a neat pile by the door. The cabin smelled faintly of wood smoke and damp earth, and I felt a shiver of anticipation at the thought of spending the next few nights alone here. The first evening passed peacefully. I lit the stove, arranged my small dinner on the wooden table, and watched the flickering flames cast dancing shadows across the walls. Outside, the wind rustled the treetops, and occasional animal sounds punctuated the otherwise perfect silence. I settled into a chair by the stove, letting the warmth seep into my muscles, and for a while, the world felt far away, irrelevant, as if nothing existed outside that small clearing. The second day, I decided to explore the surroundings. I followed a narrow footpath that led downhill, deeper into the forest. The terrain was uneven, roots twisting over rocks and fallen leaves muffling my footsteps. I noticed the signs of wildlife everywhere: claw marks on tree trunks, scattered feathers, and small burrows that disappeared into the undergrowth. The deeper I went, the quieter it became. Birds no longer called, and even the wind seemed subdued beneath the thick canopy. It was beautiful, but there was something unsettling in the stillness, a sense that I was being observed, though I saw nothing. By mid-afternoon, I had wandered further than I intended. The trail became faint, disappearing in places under fallen branches and thick brush. I realized I had no clear way back to the cabin and decided to turn around. But as I retraced my steps, I noticed small, subtle differences. Rocks that had been on the left were now on the right. A fallen branch that had been lying flat was now propped upright against a tree. My stomach twisted. I knew these forests well enough to recognize that I was still on the trail, but my mind refused to reconcile the changes. I quickened my pace, trying to keep calm, telling myself it was just fatigue playing tricks on me. By the time I returned to the clearing, the sun was low, casting long shadows across the cabin. Relief washed over me as I saw the familiar outline of the building. I carried my gear inside and double-checked that the doors were locked. I noticed something odd. The pile of firewood I had stacked by the door had been disturbed, some logs scattered on the ground. My heart rate quickened. I had been careful to leave everything orderly, and I hadn't seen anyone else all day. Could have been an animal, but the logs seemed too heavy for smaller creatures. The night was restless. I lay on the small cot in the corner, listening to the wind and the occasional snap of a branch outside. Every little sound made me tense. I thought about the firewood, about how isolated I was, and about how easily something could go wrong in a place like this. Around midnight, a sudden loud crash outside made me jump to my feet. My eyes darted across the room, straining to see in the darkness. The wind had thrown open the door slightly, but the lock was intact. I spent the rest of the night awake, lying rigid, listening to every sound. The next morning, I resolved to investigate more thoroughly. I walked around the perimeter of the cabin, inspecting for signs of intrusion. Footprints in the soft earth circled the clearing, large and irregular, suggesting a human had been there recently. I realized that I was not alone. My sense of unease deepened. I checked my emergency supplies, making sure my phone was fully charged and noting the areas with the strongest signal. I knew I needed to remain vigilant. I spent the day reinforcing the cabin as best I could. I piled logs against the doors, secured the windows with nails from my toolkit, and even laid out sticks in a pattern that would make any movement around the cabin noticeable. By evening, I had set up a basic alarm system, a few tin cans attached to strings stretched across the porch. It was crude, but I hoped it would alert me to anyone approaching while I slept. Night fell again, colder this time. I lit the stove and huddled near it, trying to keep my mind occupied with practical tasks. I checked the perimeter again, noting that the footprints had not returned, but the sense of being watched never left. Around midnight, the sound came. Slow, deliberate footsteps circling the cabin. The tin cans clattered against each other, and I froze. My mind raced with scenarios, all of them terrifying. Whoever or whatever was out there had knowledge of my position. I could not leave. The forest around me was dense, impossible to navigate quickly in the dark. Hours passed. The sounds outside fluctuated, sometimes close, sometimes distant, but never stopped. I stayed awake, sitting against the wall with a makeshift spear I had fashioned from a broom handle and a sharp metal hook. My thoughts were disjointed, a mix of fear, planning, and sheer will to survive. I reminded myself that panic would not help me. I needed a plan for when the intruder tried to breach the cabin. At first light, I gathered my courage and stepped outside cautiously. The clearing was empty. The footprints I had seen were still there, but there was no sign of a person, only the impressions they had left in the soft ground. Relief was tempered by a lingering fear. Whoever had been here could return at any time. I decided to abandon the cabin. It was no longer safe to stay. I packed my supplies methodically, carrying everything I could manage and leaving the heavy stove behind. The hike back to the nearest road was exhausting. I avoided clear paths, using the terrain to mask my movements. The forest seemed alive, every snapping twig and shifting shadow making me jump. I kept moving, never stopping, until I finally glimpsed a distant road through the trees. My pace quickened. When I emerged onto the pavement, the sound of cars and civilization felt almost unreal. I kept walking until I found a gas station, where I stopped, trembling, to rest and call for help. Weeks later, I learned that others had reported strange activity in the same area. Footprints near cabins, signs of intrusion, and unexplainable disturbances. Authorities investigated, but no culprit was ever found. I never returned to that forest. The experience stayed with me, not as a tale of the supernatural, but as a reminder of how vulnerable one can be in isolation, how easily the line between safety and danger can vanish. The cabin, once a symbol of solitude and peace, became a cautionary memory, a place that existed only in the boundary between fear and survival. I had left with nothing but what I could carry and the awareness that nature and human threats can be equally unforgiving when you are alone.